gentlemen, esteemed guests, and distinguished speakers, Assalamu alaikum and a very good morning, and welcome to this pivotal session with audit committees of listed companies on the theme Bridging the Gap, aligning auditors, regulators, and audit committees. Together, we gather with a shared purpose to foster dialogue, strengthen collaboration, connection, and ensure the highest standards of audit quality and governance with our corporate framework. This is a first of its kind session, and let's hope together we make it more informative and interactive. Before we begin, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Alvina Mustafa, and I work as an assistant manager at AF Ferguson & Co. Chartered Accountants. And I'm honored to be your host for today's event. It is truly a privilege to stand before such esteemed guests. To start this event with the blessings of the Almighty, I kindly request everyone to maintain silence as we listen to the recitation of the Holy Quran.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الرحمن علم القرآن خلق الإنسان علمه البيان الشمس والقمر بحسبان والنجم والشجر يسجدان والسماء رفعها ووضع الميزان ألا تطغوا في الميزان وأقيموا الوزن بالقسط ولا تخسروا الميزان والأرض وضعها للأنام فيها فاكهة والنخل ذات الأكمام والحب ذو العصف والريحان فبأي آلاء ربكما تكذبان خلق الإنسان من صلصال كالفخار وخلق الجان من مارج من نار فبأي آلاء ربكما تكذبان.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, as we gather here today, let us take a moment to honor our nation and the values that bind us together. I now invite you all to stand with pride for the national anthem. Thank you. Please be seated as we officially commence the event. It is now my honor to invite one of the esteemed council members of ICAP, Ms. Hina Usmani, to the stage to share her valuable insights with us. Ms. Hina Usmani is a member, Audit and Ethics Board of ICAP and member stakeholder advisory council established by Public Interest Oversight Board for providing strategic advice. She possesses over 27 years of post-qualification experience and is the founder and managing partner of Usmani & Co.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim and Assalamu alaikum. I would like to warmly welcome all of you and all distinguished participants in this very exclusive session organized by Audit and Ethics Board of ICAP. And this is on a very pertinent topic of establishing connection between the regulator, auditor, and the audit committees. This was never done before, and it was a thoughtful idea of the Audit and Ethics Board of ICAP so that we can establish this disconnect and remove the disconnection between the similar professional knowledge and the insight which we can share with each other through these sessions. So I welcome representatives from SECP, AOB, PSX, and SBP for their presence today. The Council has recently elevated the role of Audit and Ethics Committee and established a dedicated board with an expanded scope and multi-stakeholder representation, including regulators such as SECP, SBP, QAB, and PSX. The board's primary focus is to enhance its stakeholders' consultation and improve coordination between public interest entity auditors and regulators on audit matters. It will also review applicable laws and regulations governing the eligibility, rights, and responsibilities of auditors with a view to recommending improvements. Additionally, the board will work on capacity building of firms in challenging and audit areas and develop thematic guidance on key or complex issues. The board is committing to setting high quality standards, audit assurance and ethics standards, and providing guidance to chartered accountants in Pakistan. It aims to serve the public interest by working in close collaboration with all stakeholders. Globally, we are witnessing a strong trend towards deregulation across jurisdictions, which is often designed to promote economic competitiveness, reduce bureaucratic hurdles, support innovation, and attract investment. For instance, the European Union has excluded approximately 80% of companies from the scope of the Corporate Sustainability Reporting Directive, making reporting mandatory only for the largest entities in order to promote the economic growth and remove the slowdown. In the United States, a recent executive order mandates the elimination of the 10 existing regulations of every new one introduced. Argentina has launched aggressive economic deregulation efforts to stabilize its economy and curb inflation, while Brazil has relaxed restrictions on foreign investments in its energy sector to attract international capital. At the same time, conversations are taking place about the value propositions of standard setting boards in promoting public trust and confidence in the global corporate reporting ecosystem. There is growing recognition of the need to slow the pace of standard setting and instead focus on consolidating existing standards, supporting adoption and implementation, and enhancing stakeholders' dialogue. These global trends particularly deregulation and simplification, highlight the importance of audit committees, auditors, and regulators staying informed of recent developments that affect their respective roles and understanding the actions required on their part to protect the public interest. In the corporate governance ecosystem, these three groups are vital to ensuring transparency, accountability, and compliance. Yet, their interaction is often fragmented, which can undermine the effectiveness of financial oversight. Bridging this gap is essential for improving corporate governance, strengthening financial transparency, mitigating compliance risk, and protecting stakeholders' interest. Today's session is intended to bring these key stakeholders together under one roof for an effective dialogue about the regulatory roles and responsibilities of audit committees, share evolving best practices, and hear practical insights from audit committees chairs on how to drive collaboration and alignment with auditors and regulators. This event is testament to ICAP's commitment to upholding excellence and ethics, enhancing audit quality, supporting innovation within the audit profession, and serving the public interest with diligence and integrity. I hope you will find the upcoming session valuable and that the insights from our distinguished speakers will provide meaningful takeaways. I encourage all of you to participate actively in today's session. And thank you once again for joining us. I wish you a productive and engaging session. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for this insightful address, Ms. Hannah. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now play a video message from Mr. Akif Saeed, Chairman, SECP. Mr. Akif Saeed possesses extensive regulatory, operational, and business expertise in relation to key infrastructure entities within the capital markets.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Mr. Saifullah, President ICAP. Mr. Farooq Rahman, Chairman, Auditing Standards and Ethics Board, ICAP. Distinguished guests and colleagues, Assalamu alaikum and good morning. It is a pleasure to share my thoughts with you today. The role of Audit Committee is central to corporate governance reforms, and ICAP has taken a commendable initiative by organizing this important session. As you are aware, financial transparency, accountability, and investor confidence are core principles that lie at the heart of SECP's regulatory objectives. Therefore, timely access to quality information and active corporate governance framework serve as the lifeblood for the listed companies as well as investors of capital markets. Audit Committee's role in this regard is central in fostering these goals. In terms of global standard setter, the International Organization of Securities Commission, IOSCO, provides a comprehensive framework to guide regulatory practices and strengthen capital markets worldwide. As an active member jurisdiction, the SECP aligns its regulatory framework with the IOSCO principles. These principles particularly emphasize that the issuer must provide accurate, timely, and comprehensive disclosure of financial and other material information. The importance of strong, independent, and proactive audit committee to ensure the reliability of financial statements and robustness of audit function and the effectiveness of internal controls. Further, the World Bank in its report on the observance of standards and codes on accounting and auditing in Pakistan 2021 also emphasizes the crucial role of audit committee in corporate governance. It also draws attention to the need to strengthen the independence and the financial expertise of audit committee members, improve their oversight capacity, and institutionalize board and committee evaluations. These findings are directly relevant to our current governance landscape and underscore the need for consistent implementation and monitoring framework in listed companies in particular. As you are aware that SECP under the Code of Corporate Governance requires mandatory formation of audit committees for listed companies at board level that is responsible to oversee financial reporting, internal control system, audit function, and compliance with applicable legal regulatory requirements. Therefore, members of audit committee are expected to provide independent oversight of the company's financial reporting processes, monitor the effectiveness of internal control system, oversee the internal and external audit process, and ensure compliance with relevant legal and regulatory requirements. Further, audit committee serves as a bridge between management, external auditors, and the board of directors. SECP expects audit committee to engage proactively and critically with management, external and internal auditors, ensure that our oversight is grounded in independence, objectivity, and open dialogue, especially on matters involving judgment and internal controls. Regular, well-structured meetings and a composition of diligent, competent members are essential in preventing oversight lapses and promoting transparent, reliable financial reporting for shareholders. Alongside the responsibilities of the audit committee, SECP also places equal importance on the role of external auditors in upholding audit quality and accountability. I have reasserted at various forums that auditors must recognize their accountability with the audit committee and the board. SECP expects external auditors to maintain full independence, communicate transparently with the audit committee, and ensure that their engagement terms, scope, and reporting responsibilities are clearly understood and agreed upon with the committee. I would like to take this opportunity to draw attention to recent amendments introduced under the Code of Corporate Governance, which are: Audit Committee now play a crucial role in overseeing and promoting sustainability reporting and assurance. The members of the Audit Committee must therefore be well equipped to take responsibility for ensuring that companies appropriately integrate sustainability considerations into their strategy, risk management, and reporting practices. This includes verifying that sustainability risks and opportunities are properly identified, prioritized, and transparently reported. Further, the SECP also expects audit committees to undertake a formal and effective annual self-evaluation of their performance and effectiveness. This evaluation also should involve a structured assessment of how well committees is fulfilling its oversight responsibility with input from full board. Therefore, for listed companies, strengthening audit committee is not merely a compliance obligation, rather it is an economic imperative. Informed, empowered, and independent audit committees protect shareholder interest, uphold the integrity of the capital market, and help attract both domestic and foreign investment. I will conclude by reiterating that SECP remains committed to a forward-looking agenda that includes the digital transformation of supervisory functions, the continuous enhancements of the corporate governance framework, and capacity building initiative for board and committee members. Thank you.
Thank you. We are truly honored for Mr. Akif Said's valuable insight. Ladies and gentlemen, as we move forward, we would like to play a video message of Dr. Linda Bake. She is a Director of International Ethics Standards Board for Accountants. Dr. Linda Bake's role at ISBA involves interaction within the ISBA's Emerging Issues Oversight Committee, the Technology Working Group, and the International Auditing and Assurance Standards Board on matters of mutual interest.
Good morning. It's a privilege to join you today at this important event organized by the Institute of Chartered Accountants of Pakistan. I would like to begin by thanking ICAP for your gracious invitation and commend you for bringing together audit committee chairs, regulators, and auditors for a much-needed conversation on strengthening oversight and accountability in today's complex corporate environment. In a world where the demand for corporate accountability is at an all-time high, where financial reporting is under constant scrutiny, and where ethical missteps can have swift and far-reaching consequences, aligning auditors, audit committees, and regulators is not optional, it is essential. So, why does ethical governance matter? Well, beyond compliance, ethical governance builds resilience. It safeguards organizational integrity, it assures stakeholders of fairness, and creates a legacy of trust. Take, for instance, the famous case of a global energy company. That company collapsed more than 20 years ago under the weight of unethical practices. If its audit committee had exercised stronger oversight, maintained greater transparency, and upheld ethical principles, the organization's downfall and widespread economic impact might have been averted. Contrast this with organizations that are celebrated for their ethical governance. These are firms where customers, investors, and employees alike feel confident in their leadership. They stand as examples of how ethical practices produce not just compliance, but competitive advantage. Today, we'll explore how the IASBA Code of Ethics can serve as a bridge between key actors on the stage of ethical business, and more importantly, how those charged with governance, particularly audit committees, can embrace their evolving role as stewards of trust. Some of you may not be familiar with the International Ethics Standards Board for Accountants, or IASBA. So let me provide you with some context. IASBA is an independent global standard-setting board comprised of 17 board members from diverse backgrounds all around the world. The IASBA Code of Ethics is used in more than 130 jurisdictions and translated into almost approximately 40 languages. Although the code is written for professional accountants, the fundamental principles and the conceptual framework can be effectively adapted to most organizations. Now, let's take a closer look at what it really means to bridge the gap between auditors, audit committees, and regulators. At the heart of this alignment is trust-based collaboration, not just during the audit or the annual audit cycle, but through ongoing proactive engagement. The IASBA Code gives us a very useful blueprint for fostering this collaboration, especially the sections that speak to the behavior and responsibilities of professional accountants in public practice, in particular auditors. At IASBA, we are committed to developing robust, globally accepted ethics and independence standards that serve the public trust. Our mission is rooted in a simple but powerful idea: trust. Trust in the financial system, trust in governance, and trust in the professionals who support sound corporate behavior. Today, I'd like to touch on several topics that contribute to trust. I'll begin our time together by addressing the enhanced role of audit committees and how to bridge the gap between operating in silos to acting in synergy. Next, I'll highlight the fundamental principles that form the bedrock of ethical governance. We will then explore practical tips to empower audit committees to foster transparency and accountability effectively. Along the way, we'll delve into some real-world examples to illustrate the transformative impact of ethical governance. Finally, we'll close by summarizing 5 actionable takeaways that can elevate the effectiveness of audit committees. Let's begin our journey by reflecting on the enhanced role of audit committees. The role of audit committees has grown significantly over the past 2 decades. Once considered mere compliance reviewers, audit committees are now seen as active participants in corporate governance. You are the guardians of integrity and the protectors of the public interest. The IASBA Code reflects this evolution. In sections 110 through 115, we lay out the fundamental principles that apply to all professional accountants. They include integrity, objectivity, professional competence and due care, confidentiality, and professional behavior. These are not just aspirational, they are the ethical backbone of financial oversight. They are also principles that can be applied in most business situations or professional engagements. In Section 120, the code introduces the conceptual framework, which provides a systemic approach for identifying, evaluating, and addressing threats to compliance with the fundamental principles. This framework reinforces the importance of critical thinking and professional judgment, not only by auditors, but also by audit committees who are charged with governance. Perhaps most critically, Sections 260 and 360 address how professional accountants should respond to noncompliance with laws and regulations. We refer to this as no-clair. This provision provides auditors and those charged with governance to act decisively when they encounter misconduct or risks that threaten the integrity of financial reporting. The message here is clear. Audit committees are not passive observers. They are active ethical leaders. So how do we move from operating in silos to acting in synergy? How do we bridge the gap? IASBA's approach to governance is built on collaboration, shared accountability among auditors, audit committees, and regulators. When these stakeholders align around a common ethical foundation, we build resilient, transparent institutions. Now, first in the IASBA code, I'd like to focus on Section 300, which requires professional accountants in public practice, like auditors, to apply the conceptual framework to identify, evaluate, and address threats to compliance with the fundamental principles. So what does this mean for audit committees? It means that audit committees must be fully informed stakeholders in this process. For the conceptual framework to function effectively in practice, auditors need to engage audit committees early in identifying risk, discuss areas where threats are to independence or objectivity may arise, and jointly evaluate how safeguards, such as limiting certain non-assurance services or rotating engagement partners, should be implemented. This creates a more transparent and engaged risk oversight environment, where ethical and professional standards are applied not just behind closed doors, but in active partnership with governance bodies. Let's not forget, audit committees are those charged with governance. Their role is not simply to receive information. It is to question, challenge, and influence decisions that affect the integrity of the audit and the financial reporting process. Guidance for carrying out those conversations can be found in sections 300.09, 300.10, and 400.4 of the IASBA Code. They emphasize the importance of effective communication between professional accountants in public practice and those charged with governance. This is more about just meeting periodically. It's about cultivating open, two-way channels where concerns can be raised, issues can be clarified, and expectations can be aligned. The sections emphasize the importance of communication between auditors and those charged with governance. Here's what that looks like in practice for auditors. Auditors are expected to inform audit committees of any significant threats or concerns that arise during the audit engagement. Audit committees, in turn, have a responsibility to ensure that communication is not just procedural, but meaningful. They should ask probing questions, seek clarifications, and request direct communication about critical audit matters. And this communication must be two-way. This means audit committees should also inform the auditors of any emerging business risk or regulatory developments that could impact the audit, or concerns raised through internal channels, including whistleblower reports or management behavior. They should also inform the auditors of changes in internal control environments, compliance issues, or legal exposures that may not be readily evident to the financials or in the financials. Too often, communication between auditors and audit committees becomes a compliance exercise. It's boilerplate, formal, and brief. That is such a missed opportunity Instead, what we need is ongoing, open, and substantive dialogue. So maybe that requires a cultural shift from transactional to strategic. Maybe you have an audit committee relationship that communicates regularly to ensure both parties are well informed. If so, congratulations. If not, let's take a moment to clarify what is required to bridge the gap. First, it requires audit committees to view the auditor not as a vendor, but as a critical strategic partner in assuring ethical, transparent governance. Secondly, it requires auditors to see audit committees not just as approvers of audit fees, but also engaged stewards who can reinforce their independence and elevate concerns. Finally, it requires regulators to provide an enabling environment where these relationships can thrive through clear expectations, independent safeguards, and support for ethical conduct. In sum, relevant sections of the IASBA Code remind us that bridging the gap is not just about compliance, it's about communication. When audit committees fully embrace their role as part of the ethical ecosystem envisioned by the IASBA Code, we move from formality to function and from transaction to trust. Now, let me share with you a sobering example that underscores why your role as audit committee members is so critical. In a recent enforcement action by the Hong Kong Stock Exchange, audit committee members failed to intervene in a series of highly questionable loan and investment transactions over a period of several years. Despite glaring red flags like borrowers defaulting, related party transactions, and missing documentation, there was little to no challenge of management's representations. No meaningful due diligence was undertaken, no credible risk assessments were conducted, and oversight of internal controls was practically absent. The consequences were severe. The mismanagement resulted in approximately $60 million in impairment losses and raised serious questions about the integrity of the company's financial reporting. Perhaps the most disconcerting element was that the audit committee, whose very purpose was to safeguard transparency and protect the shareholders, seemingly stood by as these failures unfolded. This case is a powerful reminder that oversight is not a formality. It is a responsibility, one that demands courage, curiosity, unwavering commitment to the public trust. So, just to summarize, bridging the gap is about clarity in roles and expectations, proactive engagement, especially when the economic or business environment is volatile, and timely sharing of audit findings, particularly those that point to systemic risk. Over the past 10 to 15 minutes, I've shared some proactive measures. Now it's time to consider how to address challenges in governance oversight. Of course, that's easier said than done, and audit committees face significant hurdles. That's understandable. For example, conflicts of interest can compromise judgment. Information asymmetry can obscure the real story behind the financial statements. Regulatory fragmentation makes it difficult to stay current, especially in cross-border context. And then, of course, limited resources can dilute oversight quality. So here's what the IASBA Code can do to help. It provides an ethical lens to navigate complex decisions. It emphasizes independence, objectivity, and a duty to act in the public interest, even when that's uncomfortable. More importantly, the Code reminds us that when governance fails, the consequences are not limited to the boardroom. They impact employees, they impact investors, markets, public trust. Audit committees must be empowered and ethically equipped to raise red flags, to challenge management, and to guide course corrections. This has often been referred to as moral courage. Moral courage, and by extension, ethical governance, is guided by a few core principles that are universally acknowledged yet profoundly impactful. Integrity. At its essence, integrity means doing the right thing. even when no one is watching. For audit committees, this principle translates to unwavering dedication to transparent reporting and ethical oversight, regardless of convenience or external pressures. A good way to check your integrity is to do the headline test. Now let's imagine that you're facing a challenging decision and the details of that decision were eventually shared on the front page of your company's website. Would you be comfortable or would you panic? If that exposure into your decision causes anxiety, you might need to rethink it. Remember, most people don't walk out one day and decide to be unethical. It happens incrementally through a series of unsound decisions that go unchecked. Second, transparency. Transparency is the cornerstone of trust, ensuring that financial disclosures, risk assessments, and decision-making processes are clear and accessible, builds confidence among stakeholders, and assures them that the organization is guided by truth. Third, accountability. Governance is just ineffective without accountability. Audit committees must hold all actors, including themselves, responsible for decisions and actions that impact the organization's integrity and future. Next, objectivity. Objectivity ensures that bias, undue influence, and conflicts of interest do not compromise decisions. It reinforces the independence and credibility of audit committees in their oversight roles. Lastly, professional competence and diligence. Ethical governance demands that committees and their members remain equipped with the knowledge and skills necessary to navigate complex challenges and make well-informed decisions. These principles are not abstract ideals. They are the foundation upon which trust is built. Reputations are safeguarded, and long-term success is realized. So these are the 5 principles. And we've established those. So let's turn our attention to the actionable steps that audit committees can take to translate these ideals into impactful governance practices. First, it starts with a culture of ethics and inquiry. Boards must reward skepticism, not silence. Questions should be welcomed, not discouraged. Preparation is pivotal. Audit committees can maximize the effectiveness of meetings by ensuring structured pre-meeting briefings with internal or external auditors. This ensures that the committee members come prepared with a clear understanding of the key issues, which enables more focused and strategic discussions. Next, an audit committee can only be as effective as its access to information. Establishing independent channels to review internal audit and compliance reports ensures that no critical risk or violations go unnoticed. Next, auditor independence. Auditor independence is non-negotiable. Conducting annual assessments of auditor independence and communication quality ensures objectivity and strengthens stakeholder confidence. The IASBA Code supports these assessments with clear guidance on non-assurance services and fee-related provisions, helping audit committees assess whether auditor objectivity is being safeguarded. Audit committees have the authority and the obligation to demand transparency and ethical rigor. Don't let that influence be wasted. A 4th practical step is leveraging IASBA guidance material. The IASBA guidance material provides invaluable guidance for auditors and audit committees. By integrating these resources, audit committees can uphold auditor objectivity and strengthen governance frameworks. Regulators can further support high-quality financial information by requiring auditors to comply with a robust code of ethics, like the IASBA Code. Lastly, promoting ethical capacity building. Ethical capacity is not static. It must be nurtured. Audit committees should commit to ongoing education and training in ethics, regulatory changes, and best practices. In summarizing these action steps, I would like to encourage audit committees to take a proactive stance in their oversight, foster regular open dialogue with auditors and regulators, and commit to ongoing ethical learning, because the risk and pressures we face today are evolving, and so must our responses. When audit committees implement these practices, they not only enhance their effectiveness, but also strengthen the entire governance ecosystem. In closing, I leave you with this thought. Ethical governance is the bridge that connects our principles to our actions, and our actions to the trust of those that we serve. Bridging the gap is not about compromise, it's about shared purpose. When auditors, regulators, and audit committees speak the language of ethics, we build systems that don't just work, they endure. Thank you for your time and attention. I wish you all the best for a successful and informational conference. Take care.
It was indeed an honor for us to have Dr. Linda's video message here. Ladies and gentlemen, I now invite Ms. Hina Sadiq to the stage to deliver a presentation on the regulatory requirements of audit committees for listed companies. Ms. Hina Sadiq is a partner, Audit and Assurance and Financial Institutions Risk Advisory at Yusuf Adil Chartered Accountants. She is a fellow member of ICAP with a career span of over 20 years.
Assalamu alaikum. Chairman, Auditing Standards Board, my fellow chartered accountants, and colleagues from audit committees. Today's topic is regulatory requirements for audit committees of listed companies. The experience that I see in this room makes me feel that probably this is not a topic that should be discussed here, because all of you are well versed with what the regulatory requirements are. So when I was preparing for this presentation, I took some time out to look into some international surveys, to look into the issues, the challenges, and the opportunities that your fellow colleagues all around the world have been identifying with respect to the working of the audit committee, how it should be placed in the organization, and the resources that it should have to perform its role in an effective manner. So, taking you forward, chairmen all around the board, all around the world are talking about effective oversight, backed by strong, active, knowledgeable, and independent audit committees. They have to provide quality financial information to investors in our markets. So audit committees add a lot of value and weight to the financial information that is being presented in the market. And their strong oversight obviously contributes to its value. For an effective audit committee, there are 4 building blocks: an appropriate structure and foundation, well-defined and reasonable responsibilities, the word reasonable here being the key word, understanding of current and emerging issues, and proactive risk-based approach to its work. For an audit committee to be effective, it should have a capable chair and members who are well-versed in their responsibilities, independent, diligent, and knowledgeable. They should have access to timely basis of appropriate information. They should be efficient in the discharge of the business. Because as we will go further and we will see the regulatory requirements with reference to the terms of reference of the audit committee, we would realize that it is a committee with heavy burdens. And it is imperative that the meetings are agenda-driven, they are focused, and they are efficient in this business to get the work done on a timely basis. They have to have a common understanding of the role of the audit committee and its placement in the organization, and they have to strike a balance between robust oversight and manage different relationships between the management, the auditors, both internal and external, and other stakeholders. Effective audit committees are also expected to focus on key issues and basic risk-based approach to work, be alert to responsive to emerging issues, have a positive impact within the organization, be credible, and sustain best practices in risk management, control, and governance, demonstrably adding value to the organization and to the board. For audit committee members to be effective in their roles, they should appear to be independent in relationship and carry with themselves an independent mindset, skeptical, questioning, risk-based. There's an extreme time commitment as far as audit committee responsibilities are concerned. So they should be available and responsive to whatever is happening around them in the world and in the country. They should have the skill set and the knowledge and the commitment. And for personal qualities, there's no compromise on integrity, high ethical standards, raise and address challenging issues, and tenacity of asking questions and pursuing answers. We have to remember that the audit committee serves as a bridge between various stakeholders, and it is expected to generate the information that it requires to perform its duties in an effective manner. So pursuing the answers is also the key. It's not just raising the questions. For an audit committee chair to be effective, the chair's leadership is vital. And therefore, the audit committee chair is expected to be fully involved in the affairs of the audit committee, both within the meeting time and outside the meeting time. And then having clear expectation of who's expected to do what is expected of his fellow committee members, what the management is expected to do, and the quality that is expected to be delivered from the internal audit and the external auditors. He's also expected to have a proactive leadership role in setting the tone, keeping the committee focused, and making sure that the audit committee has all the requisite resources at its disposal to do its work in an effective manner. Periodically refining the terms of reference, as we will see in later slides, that the terms of reference of the audit committee are driven by the board, but it is the audit committee which is doing the service. So time and time again, they should be indicating to the board what they are able to do and what they aren't able to do, and therefore work on their terms of reference. Ensuring that all members are engaged. During my experience as an audit partner, what I've experienced is that we heavily rely, the audit committees heavily rely, at least in my agenda items, on the people who are financially literate, the definition of which we are going to see later. But then they are very, very dependent on the members who have the financial knowledge to explain to them the jargon. But as we will see further, this is not the only agenda of the audit committee. There are various other issues also that are emerging issues: cybersecurity, sustainability, data security, privacy, for which probably the financially literate person may not be able to help you out. So in that way, they have to ensure that all committee members are fully engaged in whatever is being assigned to them. And then promoting communication, active communication between all stakeholders. It is also the audit committee's responsibility to ensure that the finance team has the requisite resources to perform its role in an effective manner. We've already talked about setting clear expectations of all stakeholders, be it the management, be it the internal audit or the external audit. Assessing whether members have the expertise to oversee the additional risks that are delegated to the audit committee. It is a very heavily agenda-based committee. So the board also looks towards it to address risk, emerging issues, challenges arising out of new economy companies. So therefore, the audit committee chair has to ensure that the committee members are equipped appropriately not just from resources, but from experience also, to deliver the goods. And then assessing the tone on the top and throughout the organization. You must have noticed that I've left something out on the slide, and that's about assessments. And this is a very sore topic, I believe, amongst all of us, and which I think I would be able to deal with by the end of this presentation. So therefore, in order to meet all the expectations of an audit committee chair, he should be, ideally, a proactive leader with very, very strong communication skills. And then a person with an excellent working knowledge of audit committee practices. So a new member of the audit committee is not the ideal chair. Should be an experienced member of the board, a good listener and a good communicator, and then able to champion open and frank discussions amongst stakeholders. This is actually the part that I think most of us are aware of. The audit committee and its responsibilities are dealt with locally, mainly and chiefly in the Code of Corporate Governance. And I've tried to pick up all the elements in the code that talk about the audit committee. The audit committee in Pakistan, the minimum size is 3 members, all non-executive, and at least 1 independent director. And that independent director should not be the chairman of the board. 1 committee member should at least be financially literate. And it should have a secretary, which should either be the company secretary or the head of internal audit. We've been talking about financially literate people, and I hope most of us in this room are financially literate. They're supposed to be professionals from a professional accounting body or business graduates from a university. 10 years of experience of audit committee members also qualifies for as a financially literate person, because it is imagined that in 10 years they've at least seen 40 financial statements, and they would be able to read through the financial statements. Or 20 years of senior management experience in overseeing financial and audit-related matters. This is a very, very important quote in my opinion. It appears in the talk that is going around as far as audit committees are concerned that it overtakes the role of the board, but that's not true. There should be a clear distinction between the two. The terms of reference. What is the audit committee expected to do? And this is dictated by the law. The last, obviously, is going to be any other business that the board thinks is there. But I think the terms of reference are pretty extensive in our local law also. It's determined by the board of directors. Board to provide, obviously, the adequate resources for the audit committee to carry out its job. The terms of reference are supposed to be clearly articulated and documented. And it includes determination of appropriate measures to safeguard the listed company's assets. Review of interim and annual financial statements. And all these are supposed to be a part of it. Major judgmental areas, sufficient adjustments resulting from the audit, going concern assumption, any changes in accounting policies and practices, compliance with accounting standards, compliance with regulations, and all related party transactions. In the previous version of the law, it used to be significant, but now it is all. Review of the preliminary announcement of financial results before they are published. So in asset management companies or insurance companies, where financial information is printed as a part of their advertising material, it should be reviewed by the audit committee. Facilitating the external audit and review of the management letter issued by the auditors. This normally is escaped because the management letter happens after the audit committee for the review of the annual financial statements, because the management letters comes after 45 days legally. So this is something that audit committees should be looking at, because they identify the internal control weaknesses that were identified during the audit. and then ensuring coordination between the internal and the external auditors. Review the work, scope, and extent of internal audit, the internal audit plan, reporting framework, and procedures. They also have to ensure that the internal audit has adequate resources to perform its responsibilities. Point to be noted, the head of internal audit is functionally reportable to the audit committee chair and not to the CEO. And his annual performance evaluations and its removal is also determined with consultation of the head of the audit committee. Consideration of major findings of internal investigation of activities characterized by fraud. Ascertaining that internal control systems are strong and accounting systems are appropriate around all business processes. And review of the company's internal statement on internal control systems wherever they are provided. Instituting special projects for value for money, investigations of any matters that are specified by the board, compliance with regulatory requirements, monitoring compliance with those regulatory requirements, and then the whistleblowing exercise. If anyone from management or staff is reporting any wrongdoing on the part of the management, then the audit committee members are expected to investigate into it. This is where we are affected the most. Quite a few people. They are responsible for our appointments as external auditors, removal, the audit fee. Also determining what non-audit services are permissible by the ISPA code. And then taking measures for redressals and rectifications of any non-compliances. The board of directors is supposed to give due consideration to all the recommendations of the audit committee, and if the board chooses to act otherwise, it has to document reasons. Consideration of any other matter. This is an all-encompassing provision that comes, that anything and everything that the board thinks that the audit committee should do is a part of the mandate. Audit committees are expected to meet at least every quarter. And then, after the completion of the external audit, or if requested, either by obviously the head of the audit committee, external auditors, or head of internal audit. The head of internal audit and external audit partners are expected to be present in all meetings where issues relating to accounting and auditing are discussed. The CFO and the CEO are not members of the audit committee. They're expected to be there only by invitation and for their specific agenda items only. And then at least once a year, the audit committee should be meeting the external auditors and the head of internal audit without the management and anyone else being present. This, I don't know whether it happens or not, because in a lot of cases, the audit committee happens in the morning, followed by the board. The audit committee minutes are expected to be circulated as soon as the meeting is over. But if the minutes cannot be circulated, as in the cases that I just mentioned, that there is no time gap between the audit committee meeting and the board, then a synopsis should be prepared by the chairman of the audit committee to be circulated before the board meeting happens. This is the comment by an FTSE audit committee chair. We are not the board. We are the audit committee. And we are not supposed to usurp the role of the audit committee. So therefore, there should be a very, very clear definition of where the audit committee ends and the board begins. The board has a lot more to work on than just the audit committee references. As I said, I went through several reports of surveys conducted by Big Four firms around the world to see whether the problems that we face in our part of the world are common around the world or not, or is there something they are facing which are not present in our economy. But I found that more or less all audit committee members think and behave and identify the same challenges and opportunities. There is an extreme interconnectedness of risk in the current economic scenario. And there's increased complexity in the business environment. Cybersecurity, AI developments, supply chain disruptions, and workforce challenges were problems or risks identified by about 66% of the respondents. These will not all add up to 100% because some are common factors which are identified by all. Geopolitical and economic risks, they've always been there. Then regulatory and stakeholder demands for disclosures and transparencies, including ESG reporting. Sustainability and ESG reporting is being identified as a major risk factor around the world. Audit Committee continues to shoulder heavy risk agendas and oversight beyond its core responsibilities. So a lot of Audit Committee members around the world feel that their agenda is very heavily dependent on risk, and they feel that they are under a lot of pressure to perform. Then about 11% said, only 11%, said that their boards were considering about reallocation of their risk responsibilities to other committees to balance their workload and obviously their risk also. Audit committees are heavily engaged in ESG and sustainability reporting disclosures. 50% of the respondents felt that they are relying heavily on a single member in the audit committee who has the requisite financial knowledge. Risk management and reporting are generally viewed as strong, but with key areas of concern relating to digital activities, potential gap in oversight, and attracting and retaining talent in the finance function. So they believe while that the risk environment around them is strong, these three provide challenges to the conduct of their daily business. 3 critical challenges were identified. Cybersecurity and data risk being one of the top ones. Then potential oversight gaps when they feel that multiple committees are shouldering the same risk agenda item. So the work doesn't get done on any forum probably, or whether it gets done in duplicate, nobody knows. And whether talent and skill sets in the finance and internal audit organizations are keeping pace with the development in the business world. The opportunities. They believe that with improvement in information flow, their working can be maximized, optimized. More in-person meetings with directors and management between committee meetings. Adding specific expertise to the audit committee. So you see in the local law, while there is a requirement for just a financially literate person, we believe that with the new approaching risks, there is an opportunity for other faculty members to also join the audit committee and become effective members. Then more open dialogue, white space, and more focused agendas are required. The key takeaways from the boardroom: workload and time commitment. As we saw, it's a heavy agenda-based committee with an extensive term of reference. Audit committee members feel that it requires far more time than they are willing to commit. Then expertise is also one of the key challenges. Importance to have clear mandate and open communication. It is in the back, please, this is coming straight from a survey. It is not my personal feeling at all. But a lot of audit committee members feel that external auditors should be adequately remunerated in order for them to do their work effectively and to contribute to the audit committee's working in an effective manner. Difficulty in recruiting well-qualified professionals for the back because they feel that the meeting fees are low in comparison to the work that is expected out of them. And then valuation of new economy companies is becoming a challenge. the thorn in everyone's side. And this was such an apt, even though comical, representation of the assessment process. While the audit committee is expected to work the way it is expected to work, there should be a process of assessment and self-assessment in the conduct of the audit committee. I thought this was so, and this is something that I use in all my audit committee presentations, even in the director's training program that I conduct for ICAP. We are brilliant, because we all feel that, and then all of the above. But there are certain requisites that contribute towards an objective assessment process. What are the guidelines? It should be independent. Not necessarily a third party, but a very objective assessment of how the members of the committee have contributed to the agenda that is being mandated by the board. Then clearly established goals. The clear goals, not of the audit committee, but the assessment. What do you mean to achieve out of them? That should be established. And it should be designed in a manner that fellow committee members can objectively critique on each other without jeopardizing the relationship. Tailoring evaluations to the organization. One size doesn't fit all. Every organization is unique, and therefore its challenges are also unique. So the assessment process should be tailored to meet the needs of the organization. The assessment process should encourage truthfulness, candor, confidentiality. And then regular review of the assessment process is also required. And last but not the least, feedback. Just doing the assessment and keeping it in the files is not important. The members should be given effective feedback in order to modulate their working, in order to address their challenges. So that was as far as my presentation was concerned. Right, thank you very much.
Thank you so much, ma'am. It was indeed a very engaging presentation. I would now like to invite Ms. Hina Usmani on stage to present a souvenir to Ms. Hina Sadiq. I now have the honor to invite on stage Mr. Abdul Aleem, Board Member, Audit Oversight Board. Mr. Muhammad Abdul Aleem is a fellow chartered accountant and has been serving as the CEO and Secretary General of the Overseas Investors Chamber of Commerce and Industry, OICCI, since 2010. He has held key leadership roles in several prominent organizations, including Anglo Corporation, Pakistan State Oil, and the BAT Group, and also served as BAC chair on various listed companies.
Assalamu alaikum, Janab. How are you? I'm speaking on behalf of Audit Oversight Board. So, respected President ICAP, who is not here right now, Chairman Auditing Standards and Ethics Board, and fellow professionals. It's my privilege to be here today among such distinguished gathering of professionals who care deeply about the integrity of financial reporting and audit quality in Pakistan. I want to begin by expressing my sincere appreciation to ICAP for organizing this vital session and inviting me to share thoughts on a subject that lies at the very heart of investor confidence and corporate governance, the role of audit committees, which has been discussed in detail by the speakers before me. In our current corporate landscape, audit committees are not merely a regulatory formality. They are, in fact, a critical pillar of oversight, the first line of defense, in ensuring that audit quality is held to the highest standard. Their decisions have a direct bearing on the transparency, reliability, and credibility of financial statements, and by extension, on the trust that the investors place in our capital markets. Let me take a moment to speak out about the institution I represent right now, the Audit Oversight Board. The Audit Oversight Board is the independent audit regulator established by the Parliament under Part 9C of the SECP Act 1997 to perform oversight on the quality of audits of public interest companies. Or a PIC, as defined under the third schedule of the Companies Act 2017, includes all listed companies and also certain categories of non-listed companies such as public sector companies and non-banking financial institutions. The AOB, or the Audit Oversight Board, was established in response to the global shift from self-regulation to independent audit regulation against the backdrop of high-profile corporate scandals such as the Enron and the WorldCom. Currently, 56 jurisdictions around the world, including India and Sri Lanka, in our region, as well as countries across Europe, have established independent audit regulators. The Audit Oversight Board's functions are provided in Part 9C of the SECP Act 1997, as I mentioned earlier. Under the applicable framework, the Audit Oversight Board is mandated to regulate, to authorize the audit firms to conduct audit of PICs, and in this regard maintains a register of those audit firms. Importantly, the Audit Oversight Board's regulations make it explicitly clear that a public interest company shall not appoint or engage an audit firm that is not registered with the board, and shall not that is not registered with the PIC shall not appoint an audit firm that is not registered with the board, and no such unregistered firm is permitted to seek or accept an appointment to audit a PIC. Unfortunately, despite these clear legal provisions, the Audit Oversight Board has observed a number of fundamental violations. In several cases, audit firms that were not registered with the Audit Oversight Board were nonetheless appointed to audit PIC, even though such firms were clearly ineligible under the law. Additionally, the Audit Oversight Board also noted material misstatements in the audited financial statements. Where such violations have been identified, Audit Oversight Board has taken enforcement actions against the concerned audit firms, including imposition of penalties and formal reprimands, and has also referred such matters to SECP for any necessary action against the PICs involved. Here, I would like to draw the particular attention to the responsibilities of the Board of Directors and audit committees. Under the Companies Act 2017 and relevant legal and regulatory framework, it is the responsibility of the board, and especially the audit committees, I think has been explained in much more detail, but I'm still repeating it, to recommend and appoint the auditors who fully meet the eligibility criteria. This means that the audit firm must be registered with the Audit Oversight Board and must hold a valid, satisfactory QCR rating. Let me reiterate a fundamental point of law here, that Section 247 of the Companies Act 2017 categorically states that the appointment of an unqualified person to act as an auditor of a company is void. The audit committee's responsibility do not end at the appointment of the auditors. Their terms of reference, as prescribed under the applicable corporate governance regulations discussed already today, also require them to review the financial statements, ensure compliance and applicable accounting standards, appropriate governance regulations, and statutory requirements, and to identify and highlight any significant violation of the law. Given the critical importance of audit committees in this entire framework, which we have heard over and over again this morning, there is a pressing need to enhance their capacity with respect to these legal and regulatory obligations. Members of the audit committees must be equipped with the right tools, training, and awareness to fulfill their oversight role with diligence and competence. In this regard, SACP approved directors training programs, and institutions like ICAP can play an instrumental role in building capacity to strengthen governance. At the Audit Oversight Board, we believe in a collective regulatory approach, and in this regard have referred various matters to SACP and ICAP for necessary action. We are committed to working alongside SACP and ICAP and other stakeholders to build an audit ecosystem in Pakistan that is credible, reliable, and globally respected. The quality of audit is not just a compliance issue. It is a cornerstone of investors' protection and capital market stability. Before I close, I want to leave a message specifically for all audit committee members, whether present here or represented through this forum. Your role matters. It matters more than ever. The decision you make around auditor's appointment, your reviews of financial statements, and your scrutiny of governance and compliance are the first safeguards against financial misreporting. You are the guardians of audit quality and ultimately of public trust. Let us work together to ensure that Pakistan's audit profession and corporate governance practices are held to the highest standards, not just for today, but for future generations and professionals and investors. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ali. I now invite Mr. Muhammad Akhtar Javed, Executive Director, BRPG, State Bank of Pakistan, to share his thoughts with us. Muhammad Akhtar Javed is a senior central banking professional with over 25 years of experience at the State Bank of Pakistan, specializing in policy development, supervision, and inspection. He holds a strong academic background in accounting and commerce.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. As distinguished guests, audit committee members, some colleagues, thank you very much for inviting me, and it's great pleasure to talk to this audience guests. So first of all, it's indeed honor to speak today on the subject which lies at the heart of sound governance ecosystem. Let me again begin with the thanks to the ICAP and the organizing committee for bringing together such a diverse and experienced audience that is united by a shared commitment to strengthen integrity, transparency, accountability, and oversight in the economic system. The theme of today's session, Bridging the Gap, aligning auditors, regulators, and audit committee, is not just a topic of discussion, but it's call to an action. Ladies and gentlemen, as the economy's growth in complexities, with increasing digitization, globalization, and stakeholders' expectations, the interdependence of auditors, regulators, and audit committees has become more pronounced than ever. Each of these actors play pivotal roles. For example, auditors serve as the independent eyes and ears, ensuring integrity of the financial statements, while audit committees work as the board's guardians of risk, control, and financial reporting, while the regulators oversee the stability, market integrity, and public confidence. Despite this interconnectedness, we often see gaps which lies in the understanding, coordination, and actions, allowing risks to stay undetected or unaddressed until they erupt. At State Bank of Pakistan, these gaps are taken as an opportunity, not as a failure, since we use them to realign our regulatory framework and enhance our supervisory vigilance to foster a culture of robust governance in financial system. Ladies and gentlemen, unlike other listed companies, banks operate at the heart of any financial system, dealing not only with stakeholders, but also with depositors and a number of other counterparts, including regulators. They are exposed to credit risk, market risk, operational and reputational risk on daily basis. Consequently, robust internal governance is not an optional, rather it is essential. Let me briefly walk through SPP's role in this triangle. SPP, as the banking regulators, develops prudential and regulatory frameworks under which banks and financial institutions operate. SPP has enhanced its regulatory architecture by adopting international standards such as Basel III, IFRS 9, and Basel Core Principle for effective banking supervision, all of which demand robust governance, transparent disclosures, and strong internal controls. These standards are not merely checklists. They are frameworks designed to create synergy among auditors, audit committees, and regulators. For instance, IFRS 9 requires forward-looking provisioning, which demand collaboration between banks and risk management committees, internal auditors, and State Bank, and the regulators. Ladies and gentlemen, risk-based, you would be aware that State Bank of Pakistan has shifted from a compliance-based supervision to the risk-based supervision. The primary objective of this risk-based supervision is to just not rely on the checklist, but focus on the key risks faced by the banking industry. The second other important aspect of our policy making is SPP closely work with the audit oversight boards, ICAP, and other oversight bodies to improve the quality of statutory audits in the banking sector. SPP regularly review audit reports, hold bilateral dialogues with the audit firms, and in some cases escalate matters where material misstatements or audit failures are identified. Moreover, we also emphasize upon auditors' rotations, disclosure of key audit matters, and timely communication of matters, issues related to the regulations. This transparency not only protects depositors and investors, but also elevate market disciplines. Ladies and gentlemen, bridging the gap between auditors, regulators, and audit committees requires structured, strategic interventions. These gaps often involve misaligned expectation, delayed communication, or fragmented oversight that can undermine the effectiveness of financial governance. Now I would like to mention a few actionable solutions that can be implemented to close these gaps. Integrated assurance, internal auditors, external auditors, compliance, and regulatory inspections must be viewed as interlocking assurance functions, not isolated processes. SPP encourages financial institutions to adopt integrated assurances model aligned with the 3 lines of defense framework. SPP is investing in subtech and RegTech to enhance its supervisory outreach, and it also encourages banks and auditors alike to adopt audit analytics, AI-driven risk detections, and real estate dashboards to strengthen their control and reduce latency in the decision making. SPP also emphasizes on joint meeting and structured dialogues with other institutions to be used to bridge communication gap. The aim is to promote timely information sharing and collaborative resolution of emerging risks. Then lastly, the joint training program for audit committees, auditors, and regulators may be arranged to foster mutual awareness or emerging risks like cyber threats and digital fraud. Beyond training, there is a need to foster a culture of integrity and ethical leadership as well. Ladies and gentlemen, at last, I would reiterate the key takeaways that the strength of our financial system does not rest solely on regulation, audits, or board oversight in isolation. It rests on the interconnected trust and collaborative vigilance of auditors, regulators, and audit committees, each fulfilling its role with professionalism, transparency, and integrity. At SPP, we are committed to creating platform for dialogues, mechanism for early warning, and standards that reflect both international best practices and local realities. Let us move forward with a shared vision whereby we must build a more resilient, transparent, and trusted financial ecosystem for Pakistan and beyond. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Akhtar. I would like to invite Mr. Farooq on stage to present souvenir to Mr. Akhtar. Ladies and gentlemen, we now move to an engaging segment of today's event, a panel discussion featuring 3 distinguished audit committee chairmen moderated by an experienced professional. This session promises to offer valuable insights and thought-provoking dialogue on key governance and audit matters. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Aftab Ahmed, Chairman and the board member of Pakistan Petroleum Limited, who has an experience of 30 years in the field of accounts and finance. Mr. Amin Karimboy, Chairman Jubilee Life Insurance Company. Mr. Amin has extensive experience at a senior management level in finance and general management in a manufacturing environment in different companies, including JNP Coats Pakistan Private Limited and ICI Pakistan Limited. Mr. Badruddin Villani, Senior Partner at Villani and Villani. He is an advocate of the Supreme Court of Pakistan and has over 40 years of experience in the field of corporate, commercial, and dispute resolution matters. He is a member of Audit Committee in Standard Chartered Bank Pakistan Limited and Wafi Energy Pakistan Limited. He is also the member of the Audit Committee of non-for-profit entities like the Aga Khan University. Mr. Khalid Mansoor, Audit Committee Chairman and Director Unilever Pakistan Foods Limited. Mr. Mansoor has also been Chairman on the boards of Lareb Energy Limited, Narowal Energy Limited, Hub Power Services Limited, Hub Power Holding Limited, and Thai Nova Power Thar Private Limited. Mr. Abdul Alim, Board Member, Audit Oversight Board. And Mr. Asif Qureshi, CEO, UBL Fund Managers Limited, who will serve as the moderator for this panel. Mr. Asif Ali Qureshi is a chartered financial analyst from CFA Institute, USA, and currently is the Chief Executive of UBL Fund Managers Limited and has over 28 years of experience in the financial sector.
Assalamu alaikum, everyone. It is indeed my pleasure and honor to be here and be entrusted with this responsibility of moderating this session. We've got a very esteemed panel of experts, and we would certainly try to make use of their knowledge on this very important topic of bridging the gap between 3 major stakeholders. I've been a user of financial statements for the last almost 30 years now. I was talking to Farooq Sahab earlier, I said there's generally a perception, as a user of financial statements, whenever an investment opportunity is presented before us, the two things that we look at is A, who are the sponsors of the company, who's the management, and secondly, who's the auditor of the company. So these two are sort of the initial litmus tests for us before you move on to the next stage. So I'll begin with a question from Aleem Saab, based on his vast experience on serving on the boards of many prestigious companies. There's a general perception amongst the different stakeholders, like the regulators, the tax authorities, who recently become very important stakeholders in financial statements, certainly, the investors and the creditors, that the quality of audit statements or the financial statements vary greatly across companies. So my question would be, to what extent the ownership structure of these companies actually explain or is a factor in contributing towards the output of financial statements which comes out of those companies. And since all said and done, it's actually the audit committees which are interested with the responsibility of actually authorizing these financial statements which are produced by those companies. And what other factors explain the perceived variation in financial statements quality? And what can be done to strengthen the stakeholders' trust in those financial statements? So, Aleem Saab,
if I haven't, can you hear me? If I have understood your question, basically what you're asking me is that in terms of ownership, different ownership, how is the financial statements are different or can be affected with the different ownership? Yeah. Well, it certainly has some impact. I mean, if the owner is invisible, you know what I am talking about, or if it is government owned, and whereas a multinational, for example, or obviously the influence is different. But I think, in my experience, it largely also depends on the quality of auditors that you have. I mean, the ownership can have a minor impact. I have not gone into details, or I have not been in the audit committee of any government-owned companies. So, although I have led one, but I have not been on the audit committee itself. But I think there I have had no experience. But the others, I think, where the ownership is privately owned and the owner is sitting as the chairman or something, I think if the audit committee has been appointed in sincerity, which I have seen, I mean, I'm talking of Angro, for example, I'll be very blunt. I've been on the board of Daud Hercules also. I've had no problems, and I don't think financial statement, not only because of the owner itself, but I think the auditor itself. I mean, the auditors are selected by the audit committee. So as such, I partially agree with you that the ownership may have an impact, but not greatly. So all in all, my experience is that financial statements, but it depends largely on the board and also the selection of the auditors and how is it practiced inside the audit committee. That's my answer. I hope I have answered your question.
That was actually my first question. The second question was, what other factors, if it is not the ownership structure, which actually explain the variation in the perceived quality of financial statements across different companies? Obviously, not all financial statements are equally trusted by the users of those statements.
Actually, I think it depends on the board. How strong is the board? And the board should not necessarily be of the accountants only. I mean, it is various different disciplines. So how strongly is the board? And I think the market, the people in general, when they see the board of directors, they know, what type of people are there and how much strong views they can have. So it is the board, and coming specifically in reference to the audit committee, I think the quality of management, the internal audit function, how seriously is the controls are taken into account. And when I have been involved in many of the board or audit committees, the composition of the audit committee, it doesn't have to be an accountant. I think it has to be multifunctional, and how strong they are in terms of standing up to issues with their, I'm not talking in terms of conflict of interest, I'm talking in terms of views, what sort of position you take on certain, certain issues, emerging issues. So all in all, it depends that you have really independent people who are not worried about their fees, who are more, who care more about their reputation, more about, they are sincere in giving their best to the audit, to the board. So they take a position.
Thank you, Alim sir, for that. Khalisa, if I could come to you next. You, mashallah, served on the boards of many reputable, local companies. In a 2022 survey of about 246 audit companies by Deloitte and the Center of Audit Quality, 85% of the respondents said that the competence of the engagement team and the strong communication between the engagement partner and the audit committee are the most important factors for determining the quality of audit. So in your experience, in what ways has the communication between the audit committee and the external auditors changed? Has it improved, deteriorated over the years?
Okay. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. First of all, I truly appreciate putting together the questions so that I should answer your question in a very structured manner rather than, shooting from the hip. What I have done, that I have documented my experience dealing with the audit committee as a CEO of the various companies and also chair of the board audit committee. The question is very pertinent, and let me share my views on that one. First of all, in my experience, the improved transparency has really played its role, and it is the regular pre-audit and the post-audit interactions, and it has brought in the clarity and the audit scope, identification of risk, and the key judgments. So that is one of the things which has been happening, and this is the practice we are religiously following in the Unilever Board Audit Committee. Secondly, the regulatory influence, which is imposed by SECP and AOB expectation, and they have pushed both sides to raise the bar on communication and audit quality. So this is something we keep on reviewing regularly, that what are any changes in the SECP requirement, Code of Corporate Governance, and particularly AOB Alim Sir, because we keep on looking the requirement and make sure that we comply with that. The third one is the proactive dialogue. Some companies now hold quarterly audit updates promoting ongoing engagement rather than year-end check-ins. So this is personally, I would like to have a regular communication. So whenever opportunity is given to have direct interaction with the external auditor, so it is always good to hear their candid feedback, and if there are any gaps, try our level best with the internal audit committee or internal audit chair to deal and bridge those gaps. The best practice, and this is something which is really improving the standard, and that includes the strong communication involving more than the finding. It includes the audit strategy, materiality threshold, and business risk. So in some of the, as a member of the board audit committee, we have found that not adequate attention has been made to identify the risk. The heat map and identification, which is more vulnerable, which is less. At the same time, we keep on challenging the management to, if there is an identified risk, what is the mitigation strategy? And have very regular review as to how company is responding. And the other thing which we have also started, which is, what if kind of analysis. And what if analysis is that if one of the surprises hits the company, there should be a complete preparedness, so that rather than really thinking or wondering at that particular time, you just, start implementing to really alleviate those risks. The second last point is the key success factor, and that is engagement partners must lead the relationship with openness and strategic insight, not just the compliance focus. That is one of my observations. Most of the time when we call the external auditor, so please let us know your views, there is nothing as far as materiality is concerned. So I prompt those questions that give us some strategic insight that, what went right, whether you are okay with the processes which have been followed. So this is what I would like to recommend, that rather than just, very functionality type of feedback, we would like to have more strategic input from the external auditor. The open dialogue, which is a two-way open communication between the audit chair and the engagement partner, is critical. An engagement partner should highlight the potential issues quickly rather than waiting then when it happens. So if, they may be right or they may be wrong, so we never challenge their observation. At least prompting those potential areas based on their engagement with the management or even, internal auditor, it really gives opportunity to the board audit committee to proactively think and make sure such kind of risk or eventuality does not happen. And last point I would like to mention here before I share some of the challenges, which is, expand scope of the dialogue, because as we just mentioned, that rather than the conventional role, which has been, just highlighted by some of the other speakers, it is the, evolution which has taken place. The ESG, the cybersecurity, AI, data governance, etc. And I'm pleased to mention that in our last board meeting, the sustainability committee has been formed. So since I have been raising the voice, so they made me chairman of that one as well. But I'm saying that these are the new areas. So that is really, changing the true scope of the board audit committee to these very important areas. And structured conversation around feedback and the audit procedures I have already mentioned, that, it is always good that the quality of interaction between the external auditor and the internal auditor is very important. And through their interaction, obviously, they have opportunity to really, have finger on the pulse to figure out that these are the, good areas, these are the bad areas which, need focus. Some of the challenges, remote work, we realize that the external auditor has to work from remote, and also the time constraint and inconsistent expectation, placed on the external auditor. So that leads to the transactional or surface level dialogue. So I think the latest tools should be, put in practice, that, how you alleviate such kind of, limitation. Complexity of the emerging topics like AI, cybersecurity, climate disclosures, they are complex and evolving, and committees and the auditors are still developing the language and the understanding of these areas. And that, based on my experience, that the role of the audit committee in terms of membership, Adim Sahab just mentioned that the membership should not only be the people with accounting or financing background, either you have to induct such kind of people or have outsourcing. Without having that, I don't think whether it is a chair or other accounting type of experienced people would be able to really, put some kind of, effectiveness in these areas. Thank you.
Thank you, Khalid Sahab, for that detailed answer. You're one of the lucky ones who actually get sufficient time with the auditor partners. Generally, at the time of the audit, everybody's so pressed for time is because, most of the larger public interest companies, they have audits, pretty much around the same time. So they're generally, looking to get an opportunity to have an audience with the external engagement partner. But if you get that.
One more thing I wanted to mention, there are, two board audit committees which just happened on one day with a gap of 1 hour. So I think that is something which has to be really, segregated. Because it really happens that when rest of the people go for lunch, the audit chair is busy in documenting the findings so that the effective communication could be made to the board. So I think I'm going to be very, seriously recommending that there should be at least a gap of 1 day. But there are excuses if some of the board audit committee members have to travel from other cities, so they would like to have these two meetings back to back.
But Rashid Jafar Saab, who sits on the board of our audit committee, he actually made it a point that, you'll have the board audit committee at least 1 day before the approval of the actual financial accounts. Right. Thank you very much for that, sir. Badr Sahab, if I could come to you, what are the most pressing governance and disclosure challenges that the audit committees of listed companies need to address proactively? And how can they enhance the effectiveness in aligning with the evolving regulatory expectations? And by regulatory expectations, I also include the taxation expectations, because tax authorities seem to be placing a lot of burden of proof on the auditors. and in addition to taxation matters in areas like ESG reporting, cybersecurity, oversight, financial reporting, integrity, etc.
Thank you. So I think some of the challenges that we really have, most significant one is really on the ESG reporting right now. And that has to do in different aspects of that. One is just the matter of data collection within the organization. How do you analyze that? What is the analysis that's required? Making sure that you have a framework to determine that, because there is no set samples. I mean, your SECP has given a framework for it, but I think something beyond that, because it varies from companies to companies. So it's a matter of the data collection and analysis that are there. I think, as Khalid Saab just mentioned, cybersecurity is a big issue that we have. And it is becoming much greater these days, particularly with more online, the digitization that the organizations are talking about, the regulators are talking about, SECP. And how do you manage that in terms of just pure cybersecurity and what is required in that regard, and the risks associated with that. On the governance side, I think the audit committees generally, I find, are well placed within that in terms of governance. The challenge is really, again, I think as Khalid Saab mentioned, is getting the right resources at the committee level. And in that, I think we tend to look at audit committees only on the basis of the membership that is there at the board. And yes, it questions in terms of having the right resources at the board. But one should also look at the question of really getting outside resources to supplement in terms of what you need. So it's a question of identifying. And as an audit committee, you need to identify the gaps that we have and then appropriately asking for those resources so that you are well documented in terms of having that capacity there and actually viewing the data and the analysis. The reporting part, I think, broadly is fairly good, I see. I think there is a balance to be drawn between what we see is as regulator-imposed disclosures. You're not limited to that as a company. And therefore, there is a question of really trying to get the best practices in terms of further disclosures to be made, more frequent disclosures to be made. And I think so that part of it is something that audit committees should look at and encourage boards to provide for further disclosures as and when needed.
And Badasab, on that point, if I may ask, what kind of disclosures would you like these companies to be voluntary making to,
so
in addition
I
to
think the question is of detail as to how far do you go.
Okay.
And when you get into, for example, ESG reporting, you always have this challenge as to how far and what is actually going to be disclosed, what your areas of, in terms of the disclosures that need to be made. And it'll vary from company to company. It's hard to sort of pinpoint what this should be. Okay. But it's a matter of making those disclosures and being more upfront about this in terms of disclosures to investors. Because I think the key factor at the end of the day is, as you said earlier, before you look at the reports of any company, you look at who's on the board and who's on the audit committees, et cetera, who the auditors are. But the question is, again, the quality of that in terms of disclosures that are actually made for potential investors.
Thank you, Badasa, for that. Aftab Sab, if I could come to you. You sit on the board of a large energy company which happens to be state-owned. And on the stock exchange, we have most of the state-owned companies which are listed on the stock exchange actually belong to the energy sector. And the SECP has deferred the applicability of certain IFRS, for example, in case of these energy companies, IFRS 9, with respect to its application of ECL when it comes to government receivables. In case of the IPP's application of IFRS 16, that has been deferred. So to what extent the deferment of these IFRS by the regulator impact your work or in your assessment, the quality of financial statements? And at the board audit committee levels, do you assess the impact of what would have been the financial statements had these standards been applied? And do you think that the SECP is sort of justified in sort of deferring them for sort of indefinite periods?
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. As far as IFRS 16 is concerned, it relates, as you said, IPPs. We are fully compliant as far as IFRS 16 is concerned. On the IFRS 9, you see the problem is that probably SCCP has given this exemption based on requests made by these E&P companies, and of course with the technical input provided by ICAP. You see, when it was given, I think the receivables was too small as compared to the current number. I think it was about 200 billion, so now it has gone to anything north of 600 billion in case of PPL, and probably the same number for OGTCL. And now you need to understand how these receivables work, because as per the concession agreement, the designated buyers are SSGC and SNGPL and the refineries. But the buyer as per the concession agreement is President of Pakistan. So it's sort of sovereign debt due to E&P companies. So problem is that sovereign in case of default will be the last person to default. Now when look at the 600 billion receivables, 600 days outstanding, plus 600 days outstanding. So the only way out is to probably continue with this exemption, because if you have to withdraw this exemption, then we'll have to probably make, we and of course the other E&P companies will have to make a major adjustment. Impairment would be close to about 80 billion, 100 billion, and that will wipe out the entire profit for the year and would have a negative impact on the share price and of course the stock market. So whether it should continue is a question to be decided by SCCP, but I think companies probably will be writing to the regulator to extend it for reasons beyond their control. Because if you look at the companies and the efforts made by their CFO and the chief executives are unmatchable. I mean, they are always knocking the doors of SSGC, SNGPL. But if you look at from government perspective, and it's say majority-owned companies of government sits on this side, which are the suppliers. In between is, of course, the utility companies, which are again owned by, not majority in certain cases, but majority owned by government of Pakistan. And then they have supplied commodities or gas to major consumers who have not paid. They are all, again, government departments. So if you're sitting on top, there's no issue from your perspective. It's just simply owned by government of Pakistan entities. The only issue is that in case they have to put money to resolve this, is that holding of the minority shareholders. If they put 100 rupees into the system, and if they can't take out 100 rupees, then that's a loss. So that's an issue which need to be settled. Eventually, this only resolution is by government of Pakistan putting money into the system. And in the past, when this issue was resolved, it was resolved in that fashion that they put the money into the bank, and all the CFOs came and sat in the State Bank Karachi, and they injected money, and everybody wrote checks, and the entire receivers was just washed out. So that is the only solution. Because from the producer's perspective, they have produced gas and oil, supplied to designated buyers, and those buyers have then processed that gas or oil and have provided it to the customers, ultimate consumers, and they probably have collected. Problem is that when you start importing gas like LNG, so when government of Pakistan is making payment, from their perspective, LNG payments have to be ranked at the top, because they don't pay, then I think LCs will be called and government probably will default. So in the current scenario, government is just parking this circular debt in PPL and OGTCL probably.
Right. Please, by all means, sir.
This is the major issue. And I was just talking to another seminar yesterday in Islamabad. 2.7 trillion, and it is ever increasing. This is the quantum of circular debt. And I have been at the helm of the affair as far as power sector was concerned, both as the CEO of HUBCO and also president of ICAP. The immediate solution, which they say, negotiate with IPPs. Twice, serious negotiations are taking place, and I reserve my right that what would be happening as far as future investments are going to be concerned. Because if the sanctity of the agreements is not going to be entertained, so I wonder, how the investment will be coming. The issue is that rather than alleviating the core problems which are causing this energy and power sector, so only they look at the short-term solution, and always they look at the IPPs. And yesterday, one of very prominent member was making the statement that if you decide to negotiate with the IPPs, who make the policy? The answer is government. So if the policy has been made with a proper thought-through process, then why to then, negotiate? So having said that, my humble suggestion would be, until and unless the governance is put in place in all the GENCOs and DISCOs and all that, I don't think, this problem in the near foreseeable future is going to be resolved.
Right. But Aftab Sahab, isn't that sort of in contradiction with the requirements of the SOE Act, which requires that, the financial statements of all SOEs should be IFRS compliant?
True, but you see, PPL is not falling in the SOE Act. It falls into the sovereign wealth
Okay,
fund.
SWF, okay.
So we as a company will comply with whatever requirements are given by CCP. And I think that's also case with other companies, E&P companies and of course power producers. Because we as a corporate citizen will just comply with the regulations and rules. But fact remains that this monster is growing, and we have, as PPL and now of course other oil producing companies like OGDCL, they have been making their utmost efforts to collect this. And we, at least at our board level, we take our CFO to task in every audit committee meeting and in every board meeting.
Poor man.
He is always tasked to go and sit at the door of SSGC and SNGPL to collect, which is probably asking too much from a CFO, but still, that is all we can do. Plus, we have got, government nominee directors, like Secretary of Petroleum is our board member. So we always ask him that, he should use his good offices to help us to collect our receivables.
Right.
Because, that can hamper our future activities, our drilling program, our development program.
Right. But one of the problems is that, once the government actually enters into renegotiations with IPPs or other companies, there's, huge markdowns in terms of receivables or LPIs, late payment interest. So effectively, the past balance sheets are not really true, representing the true and fair views of their financial position. So that's the reason why I'm saying it, maybe the government should actually allow these ECL charges to be provisioned in the financial statements, so that, at least the investors have a better idea about where the company's what the company's true financial position actually is, and probably they can have reversals in the end if the government actually ends up paying the LPIs. But in certain cases, we have seen that, all those LPIs of hundreds of billions of rupees in case of IPPs being waived.
Of the shareholders, all the companies, they have RF lines,
Right.
and big RF lines.
Yeah.
So that is a kind of bridge, solution we have used number of times. Until the limit happens, then, you have really exhausted your RF line. What to do then? And I understand what Aftab is saying, that what poor CFO, what he could do.
Yeah.
You go there and they say, "Asi ki kariye?"
True.
The simple answer is कि देखिए, again I will say, जब तक ये जो core issues के ऊपर seriously नहीं किया जाएगा, 50% of this power sector is still, publicly owned, GENCOs and DISCOs. आप board को उनके देख लीजिए, you see nothing is there, governance is not there, and once you see the electricity is supplied to the DISCOs, they have not been able to collect. And once the amount is collected, first of all, they look after their own requirement, and only then the remaining money comes to the CPPAG, which distributes. So this thing is continuing and continuing, and I'm of the opinion until the fundamental core issues, including theft and all that, is resolved, this issue is not going to go anywhere.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for that.
We as a gas producer and OGDC as a gas producer, and the problem has arisen because of this LNG import. All of a sudden, the LNG which is imported is at a higher PSI, it is about 200 PSI. So 1200 PSI wali gas that has, higher pressure. So we cannot inject our gas into the system. So we are not getting our receivables, and then we cannot make adequate sales. So we have been hit on both sides. So that has hampered our future programs of investments. PPL and OGDC both have just started investing in Abu Dhabi venture, and we have made some development there, and want to submitted a development program which has been accepted by the Abu Dhabi oil company. So in development phase, we'll have to invest more. Of course, we can raise development funding, but the fact is that we have to collect 600 plus billion rupees of our receivables. So it will be very imprudent from our perspective that we don't make efforts to collect our receivables, but yet go out and borrow money to further burden our revenue, because we have to pay interest.
Right. Yeah, it has sort of drifted to another topic. So I'll come back to the main topic, which is.
ये है कि ये काफी complex program.
Right. I fully understand.
हमारे लोग जो है ना बड़ा आसान इसको हल समझते हैं.
Right. Absolutely. Sir, if I could come to you, I'm sorry it has taken me a while, half an hour, just to come to you for the first question. In your opinion, are the current regulatory frameworks sufficient in guiding the responsibilities of audit committees of listed companies? And what sort of suggestions would you like to be? I'm coming to Amin Saab. And if there are any suggestions that you would like to make to the regulators about the changes?
One of the personal comment that I would like to make is the audit committee is a recommending committee. It's the board that approves. So while we have extensive regulations from SCCP, and I think that's good, all of it seems to filter down to the audit committee. And as per the corporate governance, there are 3 designated committees that every company needs to have. Maybe we need to expand that and spread the regulations more evenly across to the board. So I don't have a problem with the regulations. I think the regulations are well covered, and they may be fine-tuned as you go forward or whatever, but it needs to be addressed to the board as opposed to the audit committee, because the audit committee recommends to the board. The board takes the actual approval of the decision. Secondly, if you look at the regulations, we find up-teen returns with SCCP every year on all our policies. The question is that does anybody in SCCP actually look at it? So it has to work from both sides. The regulator also needs to look at the returns that are actually going in. And I feel sometimes they don't, because mistakes that we pick up 6 months later or whatever. So it needs to be a more dialogue with the CP and more balance of SCC.
Okay. Pakistan, there's been discussion about ESG and sustainability reporting and all. Pakistan is among the worst, most vulnerable countries when it comes to climate change, and despite the fact that we are not really the huge contributors towards the greenhouse gas emissions. To what extent are financial statements, especially in sectors like the financial services and insurance, for these sectors, the implications of potential losses arising from climate change could be massive. To what extent these factors should be taken into account when it comes to preparing the financial statements and reporting for these risks?
There are 2 aspects to it. One is basically where your customer is, right? Does your investor who's investing into your policies, does he look at sustainability and does he look at that thing? So is your sales going to be affected? In some cases in the West, they're very particular and they would not invest into a company where sustainability is an issue. And I think that will filter down to Pakistan, particularly with foreign investors coming in. So that's one aspect to it. The second aspect to it basically is that how well are we equipped to check our own risks to see whether the investments the company is making is all in sustainability, etc., is having an effect, and will it affect our performance and our fund performance in that area? That's a technical issue. So there is now a committee on the board, but I don't think we have the expertise on the board, and effectively we'll have to outsource it to a third party, or someone else to bring in the expertise. Badar mentioned earlier about is co-opting non-board members onto subcommittees. And that's something we've actually considered, because we feel that that's a right way to move forward, and also it acts as a grooming for the next set of board members to come onto the board, because they've seen at the committee level how the company works. So going forward, I think we have to look at these aspects in the future to see how we can bring that expertise in on the board.
But sir, you also sit on the board of a financial institution, large financial institution. So do you think that these risks relating to climate change, ESG, are they appropriately addressed at the board audit committee level or at the board level in general?
So some of it, I think, is done at the board level. A lot of it goes to the risk committees, because financial institutions generally have a separate risk committee on that. So to a large extent it does. It initiates really from the board's decision as to what the policy is going to be, right? And when you look at the question of climate change, you look at issues surrounding that, where will you agree to invest, where will you agree to provide financial assistance or not, is very much a board and it's a policy decision, I think, that needs to be taken. Once you have that policy decision, then it's a question of its implementation, which is something that the audit committees would have oversight on in terms of implementing. So there is a larger discussion at the board level first as to how you would actually proceed and whether you would provide financial facilities or not in these areas. In the Standard Chartered, where I sit on the audit committee as well, they're very clear in terms of non-coal, etc. So moving out of these various places where they have actually provided financing. And this is something that will be ongoing, I think, for a while, in terms of determining where exactly you're going to be able to provide financing. But climate change, I think, is important. I think it's also important from a board perspective. We tend to forget, and forgive me, this is my lawyer hat, when I look at Section 204 of the Companies Act, which puts in the obligations for what board members are required to follow as directors. And one of the things that you have to take into account is the environment. You are obligated now since 2017 to look at the environment in all aspects in terms of what policies you make and decisions you make as a board member. So there is very much a need for that to happen, and it does happen. Certainly in the financial sector, I think, a lot more than previously used to be.
Okay, thank you very much. Aleem Saab, in the light of recent high-profile corporate failures, there have been a few in Pakistan as well, how should the audit committees ensure that the tone at the top is matched by culture at every level of the organization?
No nonsense approach. I think no nonsense approach, and that has been, at least at the board that I have been sitting in the past as well. I think I've never had, the board has never restricted the, what you can do and what you cannot do. So from that angle, I think it's not only the audit committee, it's the internal auditor, the financial system, the CFO, how the management thinks. So in that sense, the whole system has to work, and there has been failure, but if you go into those failures, there has been some people who have been, who should have exercised timely, check on things. They have not done it. There is a famous case of an oil company a few years back, and I think some of my friends were on the board, and we have been alerting them. For example, they were boasting that, our sales are going up like this, and the multinationals are not doing so well, and we said that things are not really don't work like this. And it's not good to criticize after the event, but I think there are signals on the horizon if you are really active. So from that angle, I think it's very sad to speak when things have already gone sour and investors have suffered. But I think the signs are very much there on the horizon. People do talk. People do mention, and I think people have to pick up the signals right at the very first level. So it's, to me, it's very rarely it is a surprise.
Okay. Aleem sir, you made an outstanding point. I've been part of the capital market for the last 25 years. What I've noticed is that in case of a lot of these scandals which come out with which finally blow up, there's a lot of information already out there in the market. People already have some idea as to there's something not right about these companies or their financial statements. But for some odd reason, I remember it's a telecom company about 20 years back, and they were reporting these, atrocious amount of profitability. And when I spoke to their competitors, said there's something wrong with their financial reporting, and one of the, So eventually it actually blew up, but it took a while for the auditors, or even the board for that matter, or at least the way it seems that they're generally late to catch up, and at times this information is already out there. So that's why I said at the beginning as well, when we look at companies, we look at their reputation, their shareholders, the board composition, and before we actually reach to the point where we think about investing in that company. So why is that there's generally a lag between the market sniffing it before the auditors reach to the same conclusion there's something wrong with these financial statements?
I can't talk about the auditors because I'm sitting among the auditors. But I think that the auditors that I have dealt with, they've been very professional. They have been raising issues. I mean, as the audit committee chairman, one thing that I've learned over the years, I've been in this business for more than 20 years, is that you take into confidence not only the internal auditor, but the external auditor. You don't meet him on the audit committee when he has audited the accounts. You meet him right at the start. If you have fear, if you have some concern, I have shared with the auditors that, I'm getting these signals from outside. When you start the audit, or, when you make the audit program, please do take, consider these things. So I think the auditors are of different type, and then they suffer also. The case that I'm referring to, people, not only the directors, everybody suffered on that. But and where I'm sitting in my other role as part of the audit oversight board, these are the sort of cases which come to the forefront. But I think everybody has to do their job properly and not be guided with what is with the flavor of the day, So there are enough signals. That's all I'm saying. That one has to really observe. And there are good auditors. There are not so good auditors. And you have to try and make sure that the not so good auditors become good auditors. Otherwise, don't bring them on board.
Excellent point. I think we can open the floor for questions from the audience. Just one question.
Sorry. I think one of the things that we miss in all of this is an adequate and robust whistleblowing process, right? A lot of these things will surface if you have that adequately provided. And companies need to do it. It's a lot of investment. It's a lot of hassle. It's a problem because you have to look at everything that comes in and you have to troll all of that. But if you have that in any organization, you will find that there's a lot more which surfaces earlier and becomes available. And that, to me, I think is the key factor that we need to look at. We all require to have a whistleblowing policy, but you need to have an effective system of whistleblowing, which will allow not just from employees, but externally as well for people to actually talk about issues that come up. And a lot of these things then get noticed, and the auditors will obviously, in their audit, be also looking at what comes in through the whistleblowing exercise.
Excellent.
Sorry, I just
point.
wanted to add.
Amin sir, please.
When she first came out, there were a number of items that came out there was a email, unknown email, so that when the people saw that there was not much happening from the company side, the company would do the investigation, may come, it's not an issue, so that gradually started going down. So we get a lot less people complaining than when it first happened. So maybe you look at the whole environment from both management side as well to see how you can make the whistleblowing work.
I just want to add to what Badr Saab said. The audit committees that I have sat has always had a very robust whistleblowing. Some reporting directly to the audit committee chairman and the auditor and the chief internal auditor. Some to outside, like Ferguson's, for example, some barter in Ferguson is the person where you should report these things so that there is confidence. There was one organization where the CEO wanted that it should not go directly to the to the audit committee chairman. I had to fight with this, and we agreed that, okay, it will be jointly reported to you and to me, so that you cannot influence the people who are mentioned in the, in the whistleblowing.
On the lighter side, the issue you are talking about, that how market gets the insight before the auditor. The culprit is inside traders. You have to really figure out who those are, and they are providing information.
Maybe you wanted to ask a question, Asasab and Madam.
Hello. Yeah. Thank you very much. I think this is a very good session that ICAP has organized. I would suggest that there should be more actually roundtables to discuss the real issues that the audit committees and the people are facing in this country on governance. So coming back to the real issues, Aleem Saab, you are also on the Audit Oversight Board. So a question that comes to my mind is that you look at the audit oversight and a lot of issues are identified about, lapses, possible lapses in financial reporting from the auditors. But then, the lapses or misstatements in the financial statements always originate from management and also the board and the audit committee. So is there any linkage when you identify significant lapses of the auditors? I know oversight boards limited to the audit oversight or the external auditors, but I think what is missing here is that the SECP then needs to raise issues with the audit committees and the boards, So that has been one missing link for a long time, even when during Khalid Mirza's time, when there was material misstatements in the financial statements, the auditors used to be held responsible. They were penalized, but the board members were never penalized. So I would like your comment how to address this.
I will pass my comment on this because I've been there in the audit oversight board for last 6 months. I've seen that investigation have been done, and yes, to be honest, I have not seen what you have mentioned. I'll have to find out. So I can't give you a half correct and half not correct answer. Certainly auditors have been, when it has been proven that they have been negligent, they have been, taken to task. But what about the management and what the board? That, to be honest, I don't have the information, so I would not like to answer. I'll have to find out next time when I sit on the board.
Asad Saab, can I, my practical experience, I am on NBP funds board as well. And the financial statements are regularly reviewed by SECP as well. So the financial statements were reviewed and there were some irregularity. So they summoned the entire board at SECP. Saad is sitting here and we had to really explain. They said that, we have judiciary responsibility, what the hell we have been doing. So, the entire root cause analysis has been done and then appropriate, responses have been provided, and that's how issue has been closed. So I think SECP has started to play its role in a more effective manner and not only really focusing on the external auditor or internal auditor, but making the board and the board audit committee also responsible. This is the very recent example I am giving.
One instance, but I think in very large number, I've seen that I think one of the biggest problem, I've been on the policy board myself, the regulator, I think you look at so many scams that have happened, how many people have been penalized in this country, really? The problem is that. Okay, coming to just one, I think I would like other people to ask questions also. One of the update, I don't know whether you've seen that, there are new internal audit standards now. And I don't know many of the organizations, you're sitting in the top organizations, they adopt the latest current auditing, internal auditing standards also. And they have revised the purpose of internal audit, the statement of the purpose of which is very, very significant. I don't know how you are looking at it. It says that internal auditing strengthens the organization's ability to create, protect, and sustain value by providing the board and management with independent, risk-based, and objective assurance, advice, insight, and foresight. So they have added, previously it used to be only advice. Now the internal audit also is supposed to provide you insights and foresight. So what's your perspective? Are your internal audits really providing you the foresight? Have you implemented these standards? And also, how much training happens in your organizations? I know we have routine PICG training, the same thing that has been happening for the last 20 years. But is there really update, new when new things come up, like, we are sitting in the age of digital and analytics, data analytics, and especially AI. So are your organizations, the internal audits, adopting to the AI? Are they using that? So these are some of the new things I thought that perhaps you may.
अच्छा, very briefly, because I think we have outshot the time. देखिए ऐसा साहब, पहली चीज़ तो ये है कि in order to identify the potential risk, what I have observed that in the organization, the internal auditor must interface with the various interfaces within the organization, and this is called a kind of very generic or in detail the brainstorming to think what if, that what is going to be happening and what is the probability and what is going to be the potential risk. So this is the first stage, identification of. जी नहीं जी मैं वही बता this is one of the standard that you identify those risks and also identify the probability, whether it is in the red zone or green zone and all that, and what is the mitigation strategy. जी anyway, this is one of the things which have started, and the regular updating as to where we are really moving from the high risk to the medium risk to the low risk, etc. As far as the latest trends are concerned, definitely boards are engaging into that. The data analytics, the AI, it is not only the IT function, but also the other thing, and that is something which is in the offing, and obviously some kind of training, understanding will need to be done by the board audit committee members as well to really learn, so that they should be able to really implement effectively.
Sorry, if I could just add, I think in the financial institution sector, the state bank mandates for the entire board to have training in all of these new areas that are there that you mentioned. That training is not just limited to audit committee members, but it needs to be for the full board to have a better understanding in that regard. And so I think training as an aspect is something we do lack in other organizations, where you need a lot more training to understand the latest trends that are there, latest issues that come up, and certainly ICAB and other organizations are well placed to be providing a lot of insight in this regard in terms of updates in that regard, which is important.
Amin sir, would you like to add anything when it comes to
talking about the standards? This is the Institute of Internal Auditors, which is basically a US-based organization with affiliation in the UK. It is not in Pakistan at the moment, and I think both the SCP and ICAP have to decide whether they want to adopt those standards as part of their regime, or create a new body in Pakistan which issues internal audit standards. So going forward, I mean, I don't agree with some of the things they're saying. They've got 52. Yeah, they have 52 principles on which they base the standards on. It's a 130-page document. So we've been through that, but we're not sure whether we're going to adopt that. We will see how the market grows and how the market responds to that.
The typical role of board audit committee is really evolving now. So short answer to your question, but obviously it will take some time to be in full compliance.
We will take one more question, then I guess we'll have to close. Madam's been raising her hand. Then I'll come to you as well.
I'll be very quick. I'll be very quick. So my name is Amina Zahir, and I am serving on multiple boards as a member of Board Audit Committee. So I want to build on a point that Mr. Khalid Mansoor had briefly touched upon, which relates to, and this is excluding financial institutions. In the industry, the practice is to house risk management within the Board Audit Committee. And I think practically this is proving to be very challenging, especially in the kind of environment that we are today, where there's geopolitical risk, there's volatility, there's economic issues. The Board Audit Committee is not able to do justice to the entire ambit of risk management, especially for public listed companies. So my suggestion would be that we should be thinking about, having a dedicated board subcommittee which looks into risk management, just like we do for banks, and it's very effective. I'm a member of risk committee on a bank as well, and it works very effectively. The due attention is given, and this segregated board subcommittee would then have TORs where there would be risk appetite identified, the enterprise risk management framework implemented, major mitigating factors, contingency plans formulated. And I think it would work much more effectively rather than being one small agenda item in the BAC's agenda. And it will also give us the flexibility of the composition of the board risk committee can then be slightly diverse from the board audit committee, and it can have members who are more business savvy or who are more business driven than financially driven. So this is just a certain recommendation that I wanted to put out on the table.
Thank you very much for that, for those recommendations, very valuable. One final question from Nihal, and then we'll close the session.
Ji, Assalamu alaikum. I'm actually very happy I'm taking the question after your suggestion, because I had quite the opposite. I find that on board audit committees and risk committees, there's a lot of commonality because it deals with gaps, risks, compliance, etc. And I'm now specifically dealing with non-financial companies. I understand in financial companies you have to have risk. So I find that a lot of gaps get lost between audit and risk committees. So when is it beneficial to have them separate? And when is it beneficial in your experience not to have them separate? That's my first question, and I'll ask the second one after that.
I think her point was actually having subcommittees under the umbrella of PAC, and so that
even whether it's board or or it's other members under the back, but I guess my question is when there are two different committees.
In one of the board, we have risk and strategic committee. So, that is where some of the responsibility of BAC has been shifted to the risk committee. But in my humble opinion, as long as the management does a good job to identify the risk, not only identify the risk, but also come up that what is going to be the mitigation strategy. And that is where board really adds value to really, steward that, or even, identify what is the probability of happening. And then the second thing is the governance, which is regular basis. You find out that what really happened to really move it from very high risk to the medium risk to the low risk.
So have you found a mechanism, or any of you have found a mechanism where board, audit committee and risk committee being separate is a better mechanism for a non-financial company?
Well, financial company, yes, we have. But what we did basically, we reviewed the TORs of both the committees jointly to ensure there was no duplication or overlaps or nothing will miss with the gaps. So that's how, then each committee went on their own.
Fair enough. Second question, this can be a little controversial, but as an investor, I find that some companies, they self-praise their governance so much that their competitiveness actually lags, their performance lags, and I don't want to name any, but there are some prominent companies that have been lagging in their industry from being industry leaders. They're falling. And as a minority shareholder and someone who sits on the board of audit committees and the chairs boards, when I ask this question to people on the board of that company, it's always met with denial that no, we're doing everything right, our governance is so good, but clearly performance is lagging. So what can board audit committees do to wake these organizations up, to shake them up, or to look at themselves, to say, well, why isn't my organization, if I'm the largest in my industry, why am I not the largest valuation, or why am I not there?
Aftab sir, would you like to take that question?
See, I have spent my almost entire life in E&P sector, and I have seen that in E&P sector there's always a separate risk committee and a separate audit committee. And the reason being that most of the risk committee issues are more operational. Field is declining production, other operational issues. And any, how should I put it? Any financial aspects or control aspects related to those operational areas would fall in the ambit of audit committee. So it's a very clear definition. And of course, as my colleague said, role definition and the committee focus has to be defined earlier on. Self-glorification, every company does it. It's part of the corporate culture. You are trained, if you are a corporate manager, you are trained to at least do some sort of self-glorification within the company and of course outside the company. What is the adequate level of self-praise? That depends on person to person and from company to company. But deep inside, everybody knows how good or how bad he is, or how good or bad the company is. So, on an earlier comment, Asad just said, the problem is that technology is advancing at a very fast pace. The companies cannot take those advanced technologies into their training programs. So it's basically a catch-up. You are always trying to stay ahead of the curve. So we have tried our best कि audit committee के हमारे उसको भी train करें, board को भी train करें, और जो internal audit function लोग perform करते हैं उनको भी train करें. But वही होता है कि जी इस वक्त क्या requirement है, उसको catch up कर लें, and then maybe catch up and then maybe a step ahead of the current requirement. But it's always the catch up game. Intent is to stay ahead of the curve.
Right.
I hope I've answered the question.
One final
I
comment
think
and
the
then-
issue which you are saying, Badr rightly mentioned before, in all the good companies you have whistleblowing policy in place. And the main thing is that if any irregularity is reported either within the organization or externally, or the supplier, so on and so forth, the best practices that have the root cause analysis done. And in my experience, we have seen that if there are serious irregularities, then we have made accountable all the way up to CU as well. So ऐसा नहीं है कि कोई irregularities होती हैं, but the main thing is that irregularity, if it happens, it should be properly investigated and then disseminated to rest of the organization so that it does not recur again and people should learn from it.
Well, I guess the point I was trying to raise was that underperforming is a very serious gap as well, and so the organization is going off somewhere in its strategy or something. And so where does the audit committee play a role in identifying that underperforming gap?
So if I may, I think you're placing a lot of burden on the audit committee for something like that. That's your responsibility as a director, and particularly if you're an independent director, to be raising that issue at a board meeting for a conversation at a board level. I don't think that is really coming within the remit. I mean, the audit committee certainly can, as they spot things, as they see things. But really, it is for you as your responsibility as a director on the board to be looking at the best interests of the company, which means all the stakeholders at the end of the day. And if it is not achieving that, then it is something that you raise at the board meeting to have a discussion, whether that leads to a separate committee to look at something or a greater conversation at the board. But that's where your independence particularly shines out to really look after what the companies should be doing.
Thank you.
Just one more thing. Okay, the other thing is from the minor stakeholders, the best forum is the AGM. And I have confronted, as a CEO, that the minor stakeholder, raising the question that whatever results you are really, communicating, there is a gap and you are responsible to them as well. So that's the best forum. So if you find something, go to the AGM and raise that.
with the
last question.
जी जी असद साहब बताइएगा
Public interest का है.
जी प्लीज़ ये पब्लिक इंटरेस्ट कंपनीज के लिए है
How impactful and how robust is the assessment, of the boards and of the audit committee? Because financial sector में तो required है, all the committees also, and these are actually आप लोगों ने सारी अच्छी companies को बुला लिया है, issues जो हैं जहाँ पर होते हैं वो तो बुलाया नहीं है. But I think let's hear from them.
ये असद साहब ये जो है ना PICG को इन्वॉल्व कर दिया है, नॉट ओनली द लिस्टेड कंपनीज.
PICG 90% मार्क्स देता है.
नहीं सर ऐसा नहीं अच्छा
मैं होता हूँ मैं कहता हूँ यार मुझे तो सही नहीं
तो फिर किससे करवाएं? नहीं फिर किससे करवाएं?
ऑडिट कमेटी मुझे कहते हैं नहीं 90 95 आज तक मुझे बता दें 90 से कम मार्क्स नहीं होंगे.
नहीं है 90 से कम भी है. अच्छा नहीं मुझे लेट मी से
नहीं
द डिफरेंस इज कि एक तो ये है ना कि उनका लंबा चौड़ा क्वेश्चनियर आता है एंड ईच मेंबर नहीं सर एक मिनट मुझे लेट मी आंसर. देखिए द थिंग इज दैट द परफॉर्मेंस शुड बी डन, दैट इज द वन क्राइटेरिया. हु डज इट इट इज क्वेश्चनेबल. PICG से कराएं एंड आई डोंट अंडरस्टैंड एंड आई डोंट नो रादर if there are any independent entity who could do that. Number one. Secondly, what had happened कि वो reports आ जाती थी and then it is the prerogative of the chairman क्योंकि you are evaluating your peers as well कि जी ये इसके अंदर है, वो आके किसी को openly तो नहीं वो देते but individually देते हैं. But the latest what has happened that boards have now started to invite one of the representative from PICG to really present that, and I think it has increased the effectiveness. पहले तो ये है ना कि वो आ गई and then document हो गई and ये हो गया. But now they are coming and they are flagging out the gaps etc. So this is something.
Okay. Sir, मैं just चाहूँगा कि we've already overrun our allotted time, so I'll appreciate if you can close this session. I really appreciate कि आपके questions है. We can probably ask them after this session is over. My apologies, sir. I think we've already overrun. We have time for another question.
It's not question.
जी.
It's not basically it's not a question. I think it's one comment or for the future maybe. It's excellent discourse but I think the Asad also just mentioned and I noticed that the major problem lies in PICs, which is about 1,200 and out of 1,200, 50% are listed, right? Now, and out of those listed, the problem lies which we haven't discussed today. So these are all representatives of excellent companies. They may have shortfalls in areas of improvement, fine tuning which Asad asked about the internal audit standard, new standard, etc. But I think the problem lies in the audit committees, in the board, in the governance, on that side. And also, one thing which I see is that the regulator, on one hand, tries to control or try to legislate on the governance side, but also a pressure to deregulate or liberalize the laws. So I think, and if you look at the listed companies' board, the boards announces, right? Many announcements come on the board on a daily basis. What happens to those announcements? Why those announcements are made? And after 1 year, what happened to those announcements? Was this only for a insider or so for a game in the market? So what I'm trying to say, a lot of area underlies in more than in the PICs and the listed companies where I think the governance issue is. So I think Aleem Saab mentioned about that even auditors are doing audit of PICs which they are not authorized to do. But that's not only the responsibility of the auditors, they are responsible, but also the board and the audit committees which have recommended to them. So I think a bigger issue is there. We should have much detailed discourse along with the SCCP where the audit committees should understand and the board a major responsibility. So what we discussed today is very good in terms of a good governance from a major companies and impacts of the major companies. But I think that's a major area also.
Point taken, sir. I think this is the first starting step. We probably will have a lot more discussion on the same topic. With that, I'd like to thank our esteemed, distinguished panelists. Really enjoyed this engaging session. It's been a great opportunity to hear from each of them. Aleem Saab, Khalid Saab, Badr Saab, Aftab Saab, Amin Saab, thank you all. I think with that, I'll close the session.
I would like to request everyone to stay on stage for a group photograph. And I would like to invite Mr. Farrukh Rahman and Ms. Hina Usmani to present souvenirs to them. That was indeed a highly engaging and insightful discussion. I hope everyone found it both enjoyable and enriching, with valuable key takeaways of evolving responsibilities and challenges faced by the audit committees, the board of directors, the role of AI, and other things to reflect upon from our esteemed guests in playing a fundamental role for bridging the gap. Mr. Abdul Aleem. Everyone, can we have a round of applause, please? Mr. Khalid Mansoor. Mr. Badruddin Velani. Mr. Aftab Ahmed. Mr. Amin Karimboy. And the moderator for this panel, Mr. Asif Qureshi. Thank you, everyone. Can we just stay here for the group photograph, please? Ladies and gentlemen, now I have the honor of inviting Mr. Asif Iqbal, Director Fund Management Department SECP, to share his thoughts with us via Zoom. Mr. Asif Iqbal is FCA and has been associated with the SECP since last 18 years and has also been the member of various committees constituted by SECP for reforms and development in the capital markets.
Assalamu alaikum ji. Am I audible?
Yes, Mr. Asif, you are.
Okay, thank you very much ji. Assalamu alaikum everyone, and thank you very much for this opportunity. And I would like to really congratulate ICAP for taking this initiative and arranging this very fruitful and productive session. And please accept my sincerest apologies for not being able to attend here in person and certainly missing the event. I have a brief presentation.
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you very much. So basically my presentation is about the sort of expectations regulators typically have from the audit committees. And in the start, basically these are the general expectations, but I think a lot of all these issues have already been covered in detail, so I will not go into too much detail on these aspects. These are basically the oversight of financial reporting, effective monitoring of internal controls, liaising with external auditors, and ethical standards and compliance. So how audit committees typically are able to fulfill these expectations is obviously through effective coordination, conduct frequent, well-structured meetings, focusing on financial performance and risk areas, audit reports and regulatory compliance, effective monitoring of internal controls, maintaining open lines of communication with internal and external auditors, including private sessions without management present, which is also the requirement of Code of Corporate Governance, assessment of internal controls by periodically reviewing the internal audit reports and assess the adequacy of internal control mechanisms, and training and expertise by ensuring that members possess or have access to accounting and financial expertise and encourage continuing education on evolving financial regulations and risks. So, having covered these general areas, which I think is already on the radar and under the scope of many audit committees, I would like to just focus on one key area, which is the prevention and detection of fraud, which is very important as far as SSP is concerned, and it is very important for other stakeholders also, and has been a topic of debate and a lot of discussion. So we know that external audit has its own limitations. In order to have an effective regime of prevention and detection of fraud, it is important to have a strong internal audit function and at the same time ensuring that the quality of external audit is also adequate. So the audit committee, as we all know, has a lot of offer on this front. It comprises of non-executive and independent directors. The chairman must also be from independent directors. It has a responsibility of reviewing the internal audit function as well as internal controls. It has to determine the compliance with statutory requirements. It has to review the arrangements for whistleblowing inside the company, while also recommending appointment of external auditor. All these responsibilities basically demonstrate that audit committee is perhaps most ideally poised to ensure that an effective system is in place to prevent and detect fraud. Now, how can audit committees basically fulfill these obligations and play an instrumental role in this regard? One is obviously setting the tone at the top. At present, the audit committee is comprised of board members, so they are the top senior leadership of a company. So by reinforcing the company's commitment to integrity and zero tolerance for fraud, they can basically set the tone for the rest of the employees. Another very important sort of exercise to undertake is to make fraud risk assessment a key point of their ongoing efforts and their ongoing coordination. By collaborating with internal management and also auditors to specifically discuss with them and identify areas which are more vulnerable to fraud, whether they have been detected through internal controls, their review of internal audit reports, or by have been highlighted by the auditors as part of their experience of dealing with the management, dealing with internal control, and performing the audit of the company. So by identifying these areas and paying special attention to them, they can ensure that the internal control system and internal audit function is paying close attention to these areas and is able to timely detect and prevent any irregularity in these areas, while also proactively communicating to the auditors to be more vigilant on these areas. Another important areas is, of course, to ensure the quality of internal audit function, and by empowering them to be truly independent in carrying out their responsibilities and to freely and independently come to audit committees in case they identify any red flags or any indicators of any financial irregularity. So this is very important to give the autonomy and independence to the internal audit function. Most of the companies, not all of them, but some of them shy away from a strong internal audit function, thinking that it might undermine the management or the senior management. But actually, it works for the benefit of all the stakeholders, not the least the sponsors and the senior management, because any financial irregularity in the company is going to hurt all the stakeholders, including the sponsors and the management. Data analytics and forensics. Obviously, we now live in the age of having IT and AI offering very broad advantages, and it is very important to reap the benefits of new technology, using advanced softwares, using AI to put in place a system which can identify or raise red flags of any sort of anomalies or abnormality in the reporting or data uh, can enable the internal audit function and the audit committee to identify any irregularity or any fraud in a timely manner before it comes too late. Just for creating interest, I have included some real life examples just to demonstrate that how important a role audit committee can play in prevention and detection of frauds by some case studies, and we can look to them in more detail. I'm just including some basic examples. So first is the SNC Levelin case. This is a company which was involved in projects in Libya and Canada, and the audit committee basically uncovered irregular payments, which reported the findings, which led to internal investigations and cooperation with law enforcement agencies, and ultimately led to serious investigation and allegations against the company and reforms. Another key example is Satyam Computer Services scandal in 2009. This is an Indian case study in which the audit committee of Satyam Computer Services, which is an Indian IT company, discovered a massive accounting fraud involving inflated revenues and profits. The committee's findings led to investigation and subsequent charges against the company's founder. So again, this is a classic case in which the audit committee basically was able to identify irregularities and which ultimately led to action against the company's sponsors. So this is truly a case of acting independently in the best interest of the company and its stakeholders. MF Global, this is a global brokerage house which dealt in derivatives, and I think this is a very famous case, and I'm sure we all must have studied these. The audit committee of MF Global also discovered that company has engaged in improper accounting practices, and this led to again a series of investigations and inspections, and ultimately led to the closure of the company. Steinhoff International, again, this is a South African-based multinational holding company, and again, the audit committee played a very crucial role in identifying discrepancies in financial records. So these are basically examples to demonstrate that audit committee, which has the charter to look at the internal audit function as well as coordinating with the external auditors, in fact, recommending their appointment, is a very important tool or very important sort of committee of the board to prevent and detect fraud, which has one of the, I think, one of the key areas under debate right now. I think another topic which has come into debate in today's discussions also, and which I had also identified, is the ESG reporting. As we know, SSCP has also, in coordination with ICAP, has provided a roadmap for implementation of S1, S2, the Global Sustainability Reporting Standards. And this places an increased onus on the audit committees to ensure that the reporting is being done in an accurate manner. And obviously, this is a new language which each one of us is learning. And I noticed from the comments from the presentation of, I think, this now also, that there's a lot of emphasis and a lot of debate on the capacity which needs to be built within the company, and especially at the level of audit committees, to be properly able to be able to exercise oversight on these functions and these reportings. And another area which came into debate is the minimum requirement of financial illiterate. Now, we also carried an exercise in coordination with Audit Oversight Board. In fact, they conducted a survey. And one of the findings of this survey was that perhaps this requirement needs to be enhanced. And instead of having just one, this is a minimum requirement, and companies can also obviously have more than one. But this minimum requirement, this needs perhaps also need to be looked into. And perhaps we need more people who are financially literate or have expertise in these areas, because the role and the responsibilities of audit committees are increasing day by day, and perhaps we need more qualified people. Another, I think, area which came into debate is whether we should allow external people or allow subcommittees under the audit committees, or having an arrangement in place in which they can basically leverage from the expertise of some external parties also. So this is also an area on which can be looked into, and this can be explored on the basis of feedback which we can receive from the market. from the stakeholders. I think another key area is, which again I think has been highlighted in quite a detail in today's session also, is the cybersecurity. And again, this also needs expertise to be built in. So again and again, we come back towards building capacity building in the company and at the audit committee level. And I think the key takeaway is that having a strong governance framework, whether it's in the form of audit committees or in the form of other committees at the board, it basically benefits the company as a whole, and it also benefits at the end of the day all the stakeholders of the company, because it leads to transparency, it leads to a strong and robust internal control and audit system, which ensures that any financial irregularity is either prevented or detected in a timely manner to avoid any significant loss to the company. So, I have purposefully kept this presentation very brief and to the point, because as I was going through the different sessions and panel discussions, I think majority of the key areas have already been covered in quite detail by very knowledgeable participants. So I again congratulate ICAP for initiating this exercise, and I hope that this is one of the series of sessions which we'll keep on conducting, because it is very important to engage with auditors and audit committees. In other jurisdictions, there's a process in place for regular dialogue with the audit committee. For example, in Malaysia, their audit oversight board has a routine sort of calendar, and to engage with the audit committees, and routine surveys take place to gauge the understanding, identify key areas, and then implement reforms. So SSCP has always been very receptive. We believe in close coordination and consensus building. So these sessions also provide us an opportunity to sort of hear from the stakeholders, identify which areas need further reform. And I'm sure that on the basis of the takeaways which we have taken from today's sessions, we will be looking at certain areas for reforms. I think one area which I would just like to highlight, there was quite a lot of debate on the IFRS 9 and the circular debt issue. And I think all the key sort of issues were correctly identified by the participants. I would just like to highlight one thing is that after coordination with ICAP, ICAP has basically issued a guideline on the calculation of impairment losses under the ECL method for companies involved in circular debt or supply chain of which leads to circular debt. So one of the key issues underlying the exemption of IFRS 9 for circular debt companies was that the companies repeatedly raised this issue with SSCP and ICAP, that the calculation of impairment losses for companies involved in circular debt is quite problematic, and companies do not have sufficient guidance or training as to how to calculate these losses, because it's a very complex issue when we look at it in the context of sovereign guarantees. So ICAP has developed these guidelines. It worked very closely with us. We also provided input on these guidelines, and we are thankful to ICAP for, especially Farooq Saab, for undertaking these efforts. And these guidelines have already been issued. The extension given by SSCP is basically till December this year. And as rightly pointed out, we expect that many of the companies will now be writing to SSCP for extension. So at least one of the part is covered, which is how to calculate these losses and to provide requisite guidance to the industry on this regard. So this is in place, but obviously we'll have to see how this issue has progressed so far and what are the future prospects and how this is being handled by stakeholders for future before reaching in final decision. But right now the extension is till December, and we expect the companies to start working on these guidelines and start start the process of calculating and at least assessing that how this calculation is going to affect their financial statements. So this is all from my end. I hope that this was somewhat useful presentation, and I thank you again, ICAP, for arranging this wonderful session. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Asif, for your participation. We will now begin with the second panel discussion featuring esteemed audit partners who will share their insights and experiences from audits of various large public interest entities. It is my honor to welcome Mr. Khurram Jamil, partner at Grant Thornton Anjum Rahman, as the moderator for this session. Mr. Khurram Jamil is a fellow member of ICAP, a member of the Auditing Standards and Ethics Board, and has been actively involved with various ICAP committees for many years. I am also pleased to welcome our esteemed panelists, Mr. Wasim, partner at Rahman Sarfaraz Rahim Iqbal Rafiq, Mr. Omar Chuktai, partner at EY Ford Roads, Mr. Salman Hussain, partner at AF Ferguson & Co., Mr. Zulfikar Ali Kausar, partner at BDO Ibrahim & Co. We look forward to an engaging and insightful discussion.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, and thank you very much for taking out your time. So, we all would agree that communication with those charged with governance is one of the key elements of our audit process. And we will build our discussion that whether our current engagement with the audit committee members is sufficient or this needs to be evolved further. So first of all, I would request all of you to share your thoughts on the current composition of the audit committees. So now the Code of Corporate Governance has specified certain criteria for the audit committees, including the number of their qualification and the number of years. So what do you think, that this criteria is sufficient or this needs to be evolved further, keeping in view the local requirements? So I'll start with Lisa.
Thank you, Khurram, and first of all, a big thank you to ICAP for arranging this session. I think it'll go a long way in addressing some of the matters between audit committee, regulators, or companies, auditors के बीच में होते हैं. So from my perspective, the current composition fundamentally is okay. What does the current composition say? एक financial literate होना चाहिए, out of at least 3 members, independent होना चाहिए, non-executive होने चाहिए. So from the composition side, I think I don't see any significant challenges. जो लोग होते हैं वो कितना टाइम दे रहे हैं ऑडिट कमिटी की, उनकी स्किल क्या है, हाउ मच, व्हाट कल्चर आर दे ब्रिंगिंग इट टू द ऑडिट कमिटी, व्हाट इज द लेवल ऑफ द इंटरेक्शन विद द ऑडिटर्स, दैट मैटर्स मोर टू मी इन टर्म्स ऑफ इम्प्रूविंग द राइट नाउ. सम ऑफ द गुड ऑडिट कमिटीज जो हमने देखी उसमें क्या होता है, उसमें ये होता है कि वो ऑडिट कमिटीज ऑडिटर से रेगुलरली इंटरेक्ट कर रही होती हैं, प्रोएक्टिव होती हैं, एक फोरम प्रोवाइड करती हैं, एक्सेसिबिलिटी चैलेंज नहीं होता उनको कभी भी कि मैनेजमेंट के थ्रू जाना है, मैनेजमेंट के सामने क्या बात करनी है, क्या बात नहीं करनी है. ये एक इको स्पेस बिटवीन द ऑडिटर्स एंड ऑडिट कमिटी जो अरेंज करता है, और राइट एक्सपीरियंस होता है. ऐसे लोग हैं जो बिजनेस को समझते हैं, बिजनेस की रिस्क को समझते हैं, वो ज़्यादा कंट्रीब्यूट करते हैं एज़ कम्पेयर टू कि कोई स्पेसिफिक क्वालिफिकेशन हो या कोई वो. तो माई टेक ऑन दिस इज दैट fundamentally composition is all right if you have the people who understand business, who understand risk, and who have the attitude to continuously upscale. अभी I think हिना ने भी बात की, I think वो शाह साहब ने भी एक पॉइंट किया था. The risks are evolving. Cyber, sustainability reporting, AI, all these things are continuously impacting. So audit committee का culture of continuously upskilling themselves rather than a qualification, providing the auditor with the right systems to interact, getting the right resources internally, these are more of the success factors जो कि मेरे नज़दीक ज़्यादा important as compared to any specific qualification. I mean, this is my take on it.
So what if you can also add, like Salman mentioned, so whether we should be including some professionals from different industries, like in audit committees, like he mentioned, the chartered accountants, lawyers, bankers.
So, first of all, thank you to ICAP for this session. I think Salman has basically summarized it well. I still feel that there's still a need for some specialist on the audit committee. I think where at times I do find that there are a lot of contingencies on a company, but they don't have any legal person sitting on the audit committee to help them decide whether a provision is needed or any, is it still a contingency? Plus, I think the role, the audit committee formation is going to change going forward, like we've been discussing. I think there are very important things coming through like ESG and trying to understand how the IT space is going to be maneuvered. More importantly, I think something that Salman briefly touched on is that how much time, even if you're a professional, how much time are you actually giving in studying what is being sent to you and what is your analysis on that? I mean, I think that is, I think the most important thing is that are the audit committee members actually spending enough time? So more than the formation, I think it is about whoever's there, is he actually doing justice to his role and he's putting in the time that's required?
So, okay. So the same question to Zulfikar, just add like in the current situation, now we have a minimum requirement of one female member in the board. So do you think that this it's a time that we should have at least one female member in audit committees also?
Thank you. Yes, I think so. As far as what Salman said, the minimum requirements laid out by the regulator are quite reasonable and I think are appropriate. I think what we now need to evolve to is what is appropriate for any given organization. So we've seen audit committees where lawyers or other technical experts in very specific type of industries, oil and gas, energy, agriculture-based organizations, they are able to contribute quite effectively to the conversation. I think the women agenda is, Hina Usmani sitting up front has done a great job at ICAP, but I think it's going to continue to move forward. Gender diversity does benefit us at all forums, I think, not just at board levels, but yes. So I think a push to move towards audit committee, but I think that will now, because that path is moving forward, I think that will happen best naturally. I think women are finding their way to those positions naturally already. And that mandated push from a regulatory perspective may not be necessary. The only other 2 points I would add is, one is on, and not to sound ageist, but I think we also need a good blend of age across a board in terms of younger members, combined with some very experienced members, and a board which is able to deliberate matters in an open environment. I think those boards are quite successful. And last but not the least, I think technology is an important skill set which a lot of audit committee members, I feel, don't have a very good understanding of in terms of how to navigate going forward. And I think there are some very specific technology risks, and as we'll talk about later, impacts to our audit and profession as well. So that, I think, is an important skill set that should be considered.
I have a specific question on that, which I'll ask you later. So, yeah, Wasim Sahab, your initial thoughts on this?
Yeah, I think I will agree with, first of all, thank the board and the ethics committee to have invited me and given me this opportunity to in this very important session on alignment of audit profession and audit committee and the auditors. Your question is about the composition of the audit committee. At the moment, you see, first of all, if you look at the role that the audit committee has to play and what is the oversight that it has to have on the, you see, the financial reporting, on the internal audit, on the dealing with the external auditor, and the effectiveness of the internal audit, effectiveness. So they are already, you see, have a sufficient, you see, thing in their pocket to perform. And now with this in the improvement in the code of corporate governance and addition of new sustainability and ESG, and also discussed about the cyber thing. So there is, of course, there seems to be a need to strengthen this thing, audit committee, with the help not only in number, but the skill has to be developed, a culture has to be developed. I think these both, the culture I think is the most important thing, which appears to be, you see, it's growing, but it's not so far well developed. Okay. So we see that this is missing. Okay. So I think this is my take on
so,
it.
And let me put a supplementary question to you. Like you will agree that presently the audit committees have necessary skills to perform their professional responsibilities. But in your experience, like if you have to choose one skill set, which you think that we can add more in the audit committee, so what that skill would be?
I think brother, he mentioned about the legal profession. Okay. I think a person who is, you see, more aware of the new challenges, about the ESG and sustainability, because these are now very important, and these are meant to build the investors' confidence, as well as you see the determination of the impact of these, I think, and to get see the risk and also the opportunities. So somebody who is related to this field, I think then he will be an added, you see, help for the audit committee.
And we have a practical example. Badr Saab is sitting here. He sits on different boards. So I'm sure his involvement in the boards will definitely improve the quality of the audit committees. So, okay, now Salman, actually you wear two different caps. Like in addition to an assurance partner, you are now the head of your firm. And I'm sure that you meet with the regulators, with the audit committees in both capacities, like an assurance partner and the head of the firm. So is there any difference, like when you are meeting in the capacity of an engagement partner or the head of the firm?
Good question, actually. So yes, there is. So so what I see now when I meet at audit committees where I'm not directly the engagement partner, so I think वहाँ पे audit committee tend to go slightly more into detail in terms of what is the industry benchmarking looking like, because they want to get a slightly broader view in terms of not just specific to their own entity, but also in terms of how their entity is compared to rest of the players in the industry, the economic development. So things grow करता है. Very specific. I think there is a third element to it. The third element is engaging with directors outside the audit committee at the broader board level. That changes significantly. Audit committee typically works on a fixed format. Accounts के agenda होता है, एक meeting होती है. अभी किसी ने कहा कि second half में board meeting हो रही होती है, first half में audit committee हो रही होती है. तो उसका agenda थोड़ा सा specific होता है. So the discussion in the audit committee tend to be more around the financial statement, but benchmarking it to how their company is doing versus other players in the industry. What are the areas where they can improve upon? What are those things where international practices क्या हो रही हैं? What are the potential regulatory changes? इस पे ज़्यादा discussion होता है in my other role. I'm not the engagement partner. Engagement partner capacity में जो ज़्यादा role होता है वो obviously financial statement जिसके लिए meeting हो रही होती है उस पे ज़्यादा focus करता है. And I would just pick up from what Wasim said, and I think you answered very well at supplemental questions. What additional skills would you need in the audit committee? I think the way the new risks are emerging, technology, cyber, so you need to have a greater involvement at the board level with people, particularly with the technology side. Because I think how are your systems changing to new risks? What are the new risks जो कि financial statements पे आ रहे हैं because of emerging risks? So sustainability reporting, in my view, is going to अभी हमने अपनी firm पे एक session किया था, I think last week probably. So जो उसमें एक survey था तो around 35 to 40% लोगों ने कहा था कि अभी इसकी initial awareness भी नहीं है. So this is, and it starts from July 2025. Most of the clients are जो के first wave के थे वहाँ पे. So there needs to be greater attention to more. अभी तक हम लोग सिर्फ audit committee को देख रहे हैं financial reporting perspective से. Risks are getting broader. Reporting is companies get impacted by cyber attack. हम अभी बहुत बात कर रहे हैं cyber attack की. So all those risks audit committee के अंदर उसका skill set जो है वो मेरे ख्याल में एक additional अब ज़रूरत हो गया है कि होना चाहिए.
Thank you very much. So Umar, the code also outlines the frequency of the minimum audit committee meetings with the external auditors. And normally, like the requirement is once a year. For some entities, we also go for the half-yearly meeting. But what I feel that this is just the minimum mandatory requirements. And very few companies, they call us for the planning meetings or like some interim meeting. So what do you think that this, like if we can have at mandatory at least 3 meetings in a year, so that would be beneficial for both sides?
So I think, Khurram, I think majority of the companies, usually we're having 3 meetings with them.
Okay.
I think that really depends on, and I think in a lot of cases more than 3. I think there's a continuous interaction with the audit committee throughout the year. I think there's one which is there at the half yearly. They want to have a planning one, which is quite, I think, and which has evolved and which has been really good for us because you can explain what you're doing. And that is a point where they can also take part and tell you that, you know, what we think are the risks from their point of view and how can we address them.
Okay.
So I think regardless of that, I think that communication is becoming much more than what was envisaged in the code. And we're already going to meet the audit committee 3 times a year, okay, which I think is quite sufficient. And I think most of the audit committees and the chairmen, they're very open, and they've always, you know, been very open with us and told us that if there's an issue you feel, please flag it. And there are times, I think all of us, when we've done that and we've said, no, I think we want to go beyond the management and we want to speak to the audit committee on some issue. And the audit committee has been available to speak to us.
Okay.
So I think that really depends on how that company takes it, but majority of the companies I think that we look at, we meet them at least 3 times a year.
Okay, so Zulfikar, you just touched upon the technology, and I know that you also like responsible for technology in your firm. So there is, and I've asked this question once before, like there's a new animal called AI in recent days. Now, when we were doing audits in our time, that we never thought that we would be competing with this, I would say, computer software. What is this? So, do you think that now the current generation of our professionals, the regulators, audit committees, they are well equipped to deal with this technology change? And just one supplementary question, that how this AI can get more beneficial between bridging the gap between the auditors and the auditing committees?
Okay, I think it's a good question. Obviously, AI is one of those buzzwords moving about quite closely now. All the partners who attend international conferences of their international firms, this AI occupies a large portion of the time at these events now. In Pakistan, I think it's a little bit slower, but certainly it's coming. We're seeing use case scenarios in various industries. Now, in terms of the auditor's readiness, I don't necessarily see that as a challenge, particularly because our ICAP profession, the education scheme, is also doing a great job in trying to evolve the syllabus, but obviously there will be a catch-up period required there. In terms of the auditors itself, if you interact with the young students coming into the profession nowadays, a lot of them are what we would call digital natives. They understand and use technology in a very different way. And therefore, their ability to pick up tools and work with these various techniques and using data as a driver is very natural to them. It comes naturally. So I don't see that issue but of course training will be required, and I'm sure that will be available both through ICAP forums as well as the respective firms. As I said earlier, on the audit committee side, I think there will still be a little bit of capacity building required, and I think if not only capacity building but augmenting the team by including people who have a core understanding of that technology. Because otherwise, this sort of falls to the side. It's delegated to IT steering committee, for example. The IT steering committee would look at it. It comes back to what Badr Saab, I think mentioned in his session, that obviously the audit committee has a certain mandate and a remit. Having said that, yes, I agree that there's a certain remit, but some of those lines are going to start getting blurred when the AI and technology piece starts affecting financial reporting, for example. So far, there are limited case scenarios. I think some of the financial institutions are using this. Some of the data-centric companies are using this, but I think it's going to come pretty soon.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, now, Wasim Saab, now the code of ethics, revised code of ethics will be applicable from 2026, next year. So, and if you see that its main focus, I would say, is on the independence of the auditors. So, do you think that these independent requirements are getting more difficult and more stringent? And this just a little tricky one for you. Like in your experience, have you ever felt in any audit committee meeting that your independence was compromised directly or indirectly?
This is a very difficult but a good question. I think I've been in this profession for about over 2 decades, and I don't think I have come across a situation where my independence has been questioned. Like, by independence, I mean there is a bias, or you have you see sort of a relationship which you see lead you to compromise your position. So I have not come across this situation, but you see, of course, there are situations that you see create a problem, that create a situation like that, and you should have the ability, and the skill to, you see, convince the other side of the reality or the compliance, the need for compliance, or need to you see follow the law. So I think that's a sort of a skill that you have to develop, so that this does not become into a situation where you have to compromise, but you have to you should create an opportunity out of that situation to sell across your idea or your thing, whatever is best for you think is in the best interest of, you see, the public and the stakeholders and the investors and everybody. See, okay. I think, yeah.
Khurram, if I can just add a comment here. I think independence, because our profession is quite heavily regulated, and I think you'll come to some questions on that, but I think the audit committee's understanding of our independence laws is perhaps lacking to some extent in some committees. And I think that's very important for the audit committees to have a very good understanding of how they must engage with auditors, and specifically as it relates to non-audit services, what kind of approvals are required and what kind of services are permitted and which ones are prohibited.
Okay, so thank you very much. So Umar, my next question, this also relates to the revised code, so which will be applicable in January. So, and I'm sure you are aware that that revised code has put a great, like I would say, pressure on the audit committees, and especially on financial related matters, and where it comes to the audit fee of the auditors, and if we are providing non-assurance services to any audit client. So what challenges do you see, like, or do you think that we are still covered, we are not performing this non-assurance services to an extent which is alarming?
So I think as far as non-assurance services is concerned, I think they're pretty much regulated by the laws at the moment. And I think the auditors are all quite careful in trying to stay with them. I think the question which will really happen is that, you know, non-assurance services are getting more restricted in the new code, and the auditors will have to obviously try and understand how how will they maneuver that. Obviously, they will have to adhere to the new code, and it's going to put some more restrictions. There are some jurisdictions where it's probably more restrictive than the ethics code as well. So the firms are still managing and moving forward on it, and I think that's the way forward. I think going forward as well, we have our own regime. I don't think we should get influenced by any other regime, and you know, the institute has played its part in the past, and I'm sure they are aware of it, and I think we need to take our own steps, not get influenced by any regime, and have our own way.
Okay, so now Salman, like ICAP has recently established this Auditing Standards and Ethics Board, and one of the main objectives of this board is to bridge the gap between the auditors, audit committees, and the regulators, and that's why we all are here. So, in your opinion, what factors should be considered to bridge this gap? And do you think that there is a gap between these three?
So there are some. First, I want to address the independence part. So, having the trust in the services being rendered by your auditor is, उस पे companies को भी trust होना चाहिए. So trust एक audit firm का भी asset होता है, right? So all the firms sitting here, and I think it is important कि हम सब अपने internal processes के अंदर अपना जो independent function है और उस पर right investment करते हैं और करनी चाहिए, because the trust, the more confident we are about the services which we are at, it enhances the trust, and that trust should flow to the audit committee. That firm has a robust process of whatever they are accepting, they're accepting only when. But this is a debate which should continue, which has always happened, which will continue to happen, right? Now, in terms of the gap, I think अभी उमर ने कहा, there are certain key elements जो एक अच्छी ऑडिट कमेटी को जो एक्सटर्नल ऑडिटर मैं जो वो एलिमेंट क्या हैं, वो एलिमेंट ये हैं कि ऑडिट कमेटी के साथ एक कंटिन्यूस इंटरेक्शन हो. आई नो उमर सेट के 3 बार बहुत सारी ऑडिट कमेटी अभी भी हैं जो सिर्फ साल में एक दफ़ा मिलती हैं. सो देयर आर ऑडिट कमेटी जिसमें साल में एक बार मिलती है और वो मीटिंग हरीड होती है, फाइनेंशियल स्टेटमेंट फोकस्ड होती है और उसकी वजह से उसकी वो आउटपुट नहीं होती जो कि कंटिन्यूस इंटरेक्शन की वजह से होनी चाहिए. सो आई थिंक मीटिंग द ऑडिटर एट द प्लानिंग स्टेज, getting involved in the audit process, asking tough questions from the auditors. How are they addressing technology risk as part of their audit? Audit process के अंदर audit committee की questions होने चाहिए, auditor की भी evaluation होनी चाहिए. There should be certain quality indicators जो audit committee अपने auditor से expect करे. That puts us on the वो. So those discussions जो audit committees करती हैं, फिर वो ऑडिट के एंड पे पूछेंगे वो रिस्क कैसे एड्रेस हुए, व्हाट वाज द ऑडिट प्रोसीजर परफॉर्म फॉर दैट. ये मुझे लगता है कि ये प्लानिंग और एग्जीक्यूशन का जो गैप है वो ऑडिट कमेटी, कई ऑडिट कमेटी उसमें इन्वॉल्व नहीं थी. दे आर मोर इन्वॉल्व इन द फाइनेंशियल रिपोर्टिंग पे जो ऑडिटर की ऑब्जर्वेशंस आई हैं. सेकेंडली आई थिंक हिना ने अपनी प्रेजेंटेशन में कवर किया था कि एक नेचुरल गैप होता है बिटवीन मैनेजमेंट लेटर एंड आई डोंट थिंक ज़्यादा ऑडिट कमिटीज जितना मैनेजमेंट लेटर में जितना उनको इन्वॉल्व होना चाहिए उतना वो इन्वॉल्व होती हैं. आई थिंक द क्वालिटी ऑफ मैनेजमेंट लेटर्स विल इम्प्रूव इफ द ऑडिट कमिटी स्टार्ट गेटिंग इन्वॉल्व. दैट इज द डिस्कशन विच जो मैंने देखा है जहाँ पे उन्होंने ऑडिट कमेटी ने कहा पॉइंट्स को रेट करो, वाई डू यू कंसिडर इट एज हाई रिस्क, हाउ हैव यू टेकन दिस रिस्क. अपने इंटरनल ऑडिट का जो फीडबैक आ रहा था उसको ऑडिटर से शेयर करना. वो अख्तर साहब ने भी बात की बिटवीन द इंटीग्रेटेड अश्योरेंस. वो सारी चीज़ें अगर इनबिल्ट होती है तो उससे पूरा प्रोसेस हो, चाहे वो AOB हो, चाहे वो SCCP हो, चाहे ऑडिट कमेटी हो, चाहे एक्सटर्नल ऑडिटर हो, सबका अल्टीमेट मकसद कॉर्पोरेट रिपोर्टिंग पे ट्रस्ट क्रिएट करना है. तो अल्टीमेटली द मोर वी इंटरैक्ट, द मोर वी आर एबल टू हैव द ओपन कॉन्वर्सेशन, आई थिंक द ओवरऑल प्रोसेस विल इम्प्रूव दैट. एंड टू मी दैट इज द इन्वेस्टमेंट विच कंपनी नीड टू मेक. आई स्टिल थिंक दैट ऑडिट कमेटीज कि कई मीटिंग्स हरीड होती हैं कंसिडरिंग द साइज ऑफ द फाइनेंशियल स्टेटमेंट. टू मी दैट कॉम्प्रोमाइजेज द इंटरेक्शन, द क्वालिटी ऑफ द इंटरेक्शन. दैट नीड्स टू इंक्रीज.
Okay. So, okay, now Zulfikar, I feel that now the regulators and the audit committees have sufficient understanding of our audit process. But having said this, like, do you think that we still struggle with the regulators and the audit committees when it comes to complex auditing matters?
So I actually partially disagree with your first statement that the regulators and audit committees have a very good understanding of our audit process. I think there are still a number of what we would call expectation gaps, right? If I were to start with the regulators, there is a concept which people talk about internationally. It's called regulatory overreach, where the regulators have a different set of expectations as compared to what our standards require of us, right? I think I'll start with the first one, which is always one that people like to talk about, is auditor's role with respect to fraud, right? ISA 240, as you know, talks about our limited role in the context of fraud in terms of fraudulent financial reporting, or our responsibility to identify or detect fraud. And as you know, less than 5% of frauds are detected through audit processes. It is through processes like Badr Sahab mentioned, whistleblower mechanisms are probably the most effective fraud detection mechanisms. So I think that's an area where we see a constant expectation gap, not just in Pakistan, but internationally. But in Pakistan as well, we see not just our regulators, who we believe to be the SECP, the auditor oversight body, and of course ICAP, but you also have law enforcement agencies of various kinds trying to come in and regulate us from time to time. And I think that's causing a great degree of pressure on our practicing professionals. So I think this whole concept of the fraud risk, also the fraud responsibility, needs to be clarified. The second area, of course, which regulators and audit committees also don't, I think, quite grasp is, in general terms, is the concept of materiality. And as you know, our practice of audit, we come in for a specific period of time, we apply sampling techniques, use materiality to drive our audit, and then report our findings. We're not expected to detect all kinds of errors or omissions. Of course, if an audit is done properly and is designed properly, then material misstatements should not arise. But having said that, this materiality concept needs to be understood. I think regulators often query on items which are not material and even parse enforcement actions against auditors on these kind of matters, which tends to get quite frustrating for audit professionals. The third area I'd just like to point out is, a very common one, is related party transactions, right? And the whole concept of what is an auditor's role with respect to ensuring whether it's at arm's length or non-arm's length, what are the terms of related party transactions. As you know, our role is simply to ensure that those related party transactions are properly authorized and properly disclosed. It is not our responsibility to look at the transfer pricing mechanisms to see whether they conform to any kind of benchmark, or we can certainly make those kind of recommendations to the board to consider, but that is not our primary responsibility. And unfortunately, both regulators and audit committee members often don't understand the difference between that gap. The fourth very important one, again, which causes some degree of friction between us and the regulators, is our responsibility with respect to what we call NOCLAR, non-compliance with laws and regulations. Again, the guidance from ICAP also is quite clear that auditors' responsibility is only to highlight such matters when they are brought to our attention, and they do not necessarily result in what is called a modification to our auditor's opinion. Regulators often are of the view that it is our responsibility to detect all non-compliances with all kinds of laws and regulations. And I think audit committee members also hold us to that account often. Whilst, of course, again, a properly planned audit will detect several non-compliances if they surface, there are many that can remain undetected through that process. So I think, again, to hold a high expectation gap here is unreasonable. And just in the interest of time, the last one in terms of audit committee, Salman talked about the time at the committee itself, but I think one of the conduct of audit committee and boards generally, which causes a lot of, I think, compromise to quality, is excessive expectation in terms of timing of completion of audits, especially when management teams are not ready in terms of information provisioning. And for example, audit committees setting dates for audit committee meetings without financial statements having been even completed, and then sort of hurriedly presenting them, that causes compromise to quality. Okay. Nothing good gets done at 4 in the morning in terms of audit. So I think that needs to be looked at. So I'll stop there because I'll give other participants the opportunity, but I think the regulatory gap, the regulatory and audit committee expectation gap needs to be clarified through better advocacy as well. And I think ICAP has done that from time to time, but I think more awareness is required here.
Yeah, I think, and that's the main, just I mentioned that that's one of the main objective of this board. So I have a couple of more questions, but before that, I would like to invite some questions from the audience. Like if you want to ask, Zafar Saab, please. Can we have a mic? But be ready for a difficult question.
आई थिंक मेरा ख्याल है जितने भी यहाँ लोग हैं, आपकी भी एक ऑडिट कमेटी में आप थे, सलमान भी थे, आप भी थे, सो जुल्फ़िकार भी थे. So I'm just sharing my experience of audit committee for last like 20 years. What I feel that क्या करना चाहिए. पहली बात तो ये कि ऑडिट कमेटी का कंपोजिशन डेफिनेटली चेंज करना है, बिकॉज साइबर सिक्योरिटी और आईटी के रिस्क है. जो एग्जिस्टिंग मेंबर्स हैं, आई थिंक उनकी कैपेसिटी नहीं है आपकी. फाइनेंशियल के ठीक हो गया, बट देन वी नीड टू हैव अ स्पेशलिस्ट बिकॉज दीज रिस्क आर वेरी हाई. ESG भी अब नाउ is like to be part of, normally अगर बहुत कंपनी नहीं है तो maybe the audit committee will initially will take, so there has to be some people. So this is important कि आपका audit committee का composition change करना चाहिए, and there should be people. And again, as you said, that आपका age का भी होता है कि you need more young people also rather than just ये. एक तो ये उसके ऊपर है. दूसरा जो external auditors के साथ meeting का है, बहुत कम companies जो है ना they do adopt it. I remember कि all the boards, you all people, I remember that जितने भी होते हैं तो I do at least 2-3 meetings before the thing. And especially जब कोरोना का था ज़माना, तो उस ज़माने में तो I think 3-4 meetings I did with the external auditors to ensure that compromise नहीं है audit के ऊपर. So this is important, and I think that the management should see and the board chairman should see that the audit committee chairman meets regularly rather than just in the end meet करते हैं और hurriedly meet करते हैं. Regarding timing का है, I think in no audit committee I said it has to be same day. Small company, different thing, but generally it has to be have at least 1 day. 2 days is not good enough because it's a listed company, the information is shared, so it should be 1 day. And then obviously audit committee के minutes नहीं बनती है, synopsis should be there and synopsis should be comprehensive. तो ये एक मेरा है. About the management letter, obviously it takes time because everybody is busy in preparing the financials. So at least in that meeting in which external auditors are there, they should at least discuss any major things which they have internal control. Management letter detail में तो with management comment should be there. But in the meeting with audit committee on financial statement, at least external auditors should have ready any major critical internal control weakness. At least they should share with the audit committee because that is important there. Because उसके बाद फिर जो है वो 45 days के बाद आती है, फिर I think के उसकी उतनी वो बात नहीं होती, but at that particular occasion at least major things जो है ना वो होना चाहिए. दूसरा मेरा ये है कि बोर्ड जो मेरा अपना व्यू है कि बोर्ड डज नॉट टेक इट सीरियसली फाइनेंशियल स्टेटमेंट. अगर वो ऑडिट कमेटी रिव्यू करती है फाइन, दे आर सपोज टू डू इट, but board role should also be there that they should at least question something. I've seen in the board meeting that fine, if audit committee is done, they don't have any question also. But I personally feel, and in fact when I'm the trainer of PICD, I say there is a board member responsibility, is approval is board. Recommendatory is audit committee, but board is approval. So they should take time and they should ask because responsibility unki hai. I just wanted to share my few observations.
No, thank you very much for the suggestion and comments. Yeah, sir, please.
Representing first Habib Mudarwa. My simple question है, I am member of audit committee. एक तो ये है कि जो ऑडिट के जो पोस्ट ऑडिट के जो मैनेजमेंट लेटर वगैरह तो बोर्ड से शेयर होता है, ये अक्सर होता है, उस पर डिस्कशन भी होता है, मगर एक ऑडिटर के अप्रूवल के बाद ऑडिट से पहले एक सेशन मैनेजिंग पार्टनर से होना चाहिए ताकि उसमें प्रोसेस प्लान को डिस्कस करो, तो उसमें ऑडिट कमेटी के मेंबर भी इनसाइट अपना दे सकेंगे, तो एक चीज़ बेहतर आएगा और उनका इंगेजमेंट उस वक्त से हो जाएगा, तो वो एक प्रोसेस आ जाएगा. और अगर हो जाएगा ना तो दरमियान ऑडिट कंप्लीशन और बीच के दरमियान हो सकता है ऑडिट के मेंबर को सवाल हो तो वो इनडायरेक्ट तरीके से ऑडिटर्स को पहुंचेगा और वो चीज़ें होंगी. पहला ये है. दूसरा ये है कि जो ऑडिट कमेटी की मीटिंग होती है और बोर्ड की मीटिंग होती है, शायद पहले भी कहा कि वो सेम डे बाद अक्सर जगह होती है, तो उसमें क्या होता है कि इतना कम टाइम होता है कि सिनॉप्सिस जो पेश करना है बोर्ड को वो प्रॉपर तरीके से पेश या तो होता नहीं है या हो नहीं सकता है ना. तो उसमें कम से कम एक दिन का गैप डेफिनेटली होना चाहिए ताकि वो उस पर वो सिनॉप्सिस पेश होगा तो फिर नेचुरली बोर्ड वाले के फिर क्वेश्चन भी आएंगे जी. और दूसरा ये है कि सिनॉप्सिस अगर किसी वजह से पेश नहीं होता है तो मेरे रूल में प्रोवाइडेड है कि ऑडिट कमेटी की मिनट्स का पूरी कॉपी सारे मेंबर्स को जाना चाहिए, वो भी रिलीजियसली फॉलो होना चाहिए, मतलब उसको भी देखना चाहिए. तो ये है मेरा. और तीसरा ये था कि ये दो होगा. तीसरा मैं कि आप जो ऑल्दो डायरेक्टली इससे रिलेटेड नहीं है कि अभी एजीएम में ना बोर्ड के मेंबर्स को दो बोर्ड मेंबर को लिस्टेड कंपनी के लिए अटेंडेंस होना कंपलसरी मैंडेटरी कर दिया, तो क्या इस अटेंडेंस के लिए उनको कोई फीस ले सकते हैं वो या नहीं? ये एक सवाल है मतलब।
अच्छा, ओके, सो वेरी वैलिड ऑब्जर्वेशंस। आई थिंक आपका जो एक पॉइंट है वो तो उमर ने ऑलरेडी
और तो डायरेक्ट नहीं है, मैंने कहा ये सवाल है,
ये
पहले मुझे चांस नहीं मिला।
आई डोंट थिंक सो कि वी हैव दिस कोई if we have any legal, we have a legal icon, but sir, first we can take one question, then we can, yes, please.
I just wanted to understand that now with so many laws, regulations being enforced on auditors, your job has increased. The scope of the work is increased. So how are you coping with this? A lot of people, there's a lot of attrition, especially in this discipline. People are leaving the country. So are you managing to keep your resources so that your service level remains where it was, or is that an area of problem going forward?
जी
Riyaz Saab, to respond, sorry, go ahead, you want to?
Right, so I think Riyaz gave us a very valid question and I'll spend some time on it, right? So what has happened in the audit profession? Audit firms के जो qualified accountants हैं, उनका attrition is a challenge. It's a challenge because of the way our मुल्क के हालात है, economy, and there is a strong market for Pakistani professionals outside Pakistan. Attrition is a challenge. Now, उसके अलावा practice में क्या हुआ है? My friend here is sitting. एक दूसरे यहाँ हिना भी बैठी हैं. Two of the large big firms have either exited or significantly curtailed their audit practice. So अगर आप overall trust environment में देखें तो अगर एक अच्छी firm अपनी प्रैक्टिस कर्टेल करती है या एग्जिट करती है मुल्क से तो पाकिस्तान का ट्रस्ट एनवायरनमेंट कॉम्प्रोमाइज़ हो जाता है. सो दैट आई मीन दैट इज़ समथिंग विच आई वुड रेगुलेटरी एस्पेक्ट इसको देखना चाहिए बिकॉज अल्टीमेटली फर्म्स की एबिलिटी टू रेंडर क्वालिटी सर्विस इज़ बहुत सारी टेक्नोलॉजी आती है बाहर से, बहुत सारी लर्निंग्स आती हैं बाहर से, बहुत सारी एबिलिटी टू इन्वेस्ट आती है उसके अंदर, एंड दैट इज़ इम्पॉर्टेंट फॉर द प्रोफेशन टू ग्रो एंड द कॉर्पोरेट रिपोर्टिंग टू become stronger and more. अभी हमने सबसे बात की AI, data, cyber security, sustainability. These are all evolving topics. Firms need to continuously invest to be able to render services to the client. So yes, जो retention challenges to our people, the cost of doing business has significantly increased. किसी मैं Ferguson मेरे लिए अच्छा नहीं है कि अगर EY की प्रैक्टिस छोड़े के बिकॉज इट वीकन्स द रेगुलेटरी इन्वायरमेंट. सो मेरे लिए अच्छा नहीं है कि अगर डेलॉयट पाकिस्तान में नहीं होगी. इट इज़ इम्पॉर्टेंट फॉर द बिग फर्म्स टू बी हेयर इन द कंट्री बिकॉज हम आई थिंक प्रॉब्ली दुनिया की सबसे बड़ी कंट्री होंगे जिसमें चारों फर्म्स नहीं है in terms of the number of people. So that is not good for the corporate reporting environment. So I think from a audit quality perspective, from a trust perspective, ये एक area है जिस पे proper thinking होनी चाहिए at the regulator level to understand why the firms have left. And because सबसे बड़ा risk तो ये है कि अच्छी firm चली गई है. So उस पे और secondly जो existing firms हैं उस पे clearly because there is a very significant critical mass of Pakistani accountants in Middle East and in Europe now. And there is there's a very significant pull. So yes, हमको continuously retention challenges होता है. We continue to invest. तो ये एक ongoing discussion है जो firms के internally भी होता रहता है और I think externally भी होता रहता है.
I was going to add that ICAP did try and regulate or at least try and recommend minimum fees for audit profession, and all the firms I think did benefit from that to some extent. But having said that, as you're aware, the costs have gone up significantly and our margins in our audit business have significantly declined. Having said that, firms have found alternate ways to keep our resources at bay, be it through other advisory services or, for example, offshoring of our resources, which a number of firms are doing. So we've found like Pakistani businesses are quite resilient to all the challenges Pakistan faces. Our audit firms are also quite resilient to the challenges, and we try and find new ways of being valuable to corporates and others, right?
Like Salman said, yes, it's a very big challenge. If I could, just relate to what you're saying is, if I go back about 20 years back, maybe if 100 people qualified, maybe 50 would go, 50 would stay. Today, maybe 95 go and 5 remain in Pakistan. So obviously that is a challenge. But I think that also speaks about the strength of the brand of ICAP as well. And the fact that while maybe every pillar in our country is not performing so well, at least the people coming through this institution are internationally recognized. And also that it's creating an opportunity for them, for the people who are coming out of here, out of this institution. Like he said, the firms are learning how to maneuver the space. A lot of work, I think, is going, there's a lot of investment which is happening into digitalization of audits, which should reduce the manpower and also have the same focus. So I think there's a catch to it, and there's an evolution, I think, going around not just here, but globally as well, where the firms are also trying to invest so much into AI and digital audits that they become less dependent on manpower. And I think that's where it's going to go forward.
So, okay, if you have one more question, please.
Of the audit committee, knowing it's a board committee, it meets about 4 times or 5 times a year, and what I can feel from here is the auditors expect the committee to work more on operational issues as opposed to policy or problems. So your expectations would help us as well as to what do you want. I mean, where is the management in this of the company?
So this session is about audit committee and the auditors, unfortunately. But so I think our expectation from the audit committee is actually work more progressively on a continuous basis throughout the year in terms of getting जो audit process है उसमें ज़्यादा involvement, एक ecosystem create करना जिसमें auditor आके मिले, जो आपके पास internal observations है वो हमसे more sharing, तो our approach financial statement reporting में management को ज़्यादा accountable करना, जो अभी उन्होंने किसी ने बात की with respect to setting up the deadline, management has resources or not, ये actually हुआ है कि हमसे ऑडिट कमेटी ने आके पूछते कि आपने अकाउंट आज सुबह दिए और हमको अकाउंट
नहीं देखिए Saman, that's not fair and that doesn't happen. देखिए, the audit committee meets 4 times a year. In fact, we meet 5 times a year, right? 4 times before the quarterly meetings and once in between in the year. So the auditors have access to the internal audit reports. So the issues that are coming out of there, the auditors are aware of. And so in the 4 times that the audit committee actually meets, nothing stops the external auditor to say, yeah, I want a meeting, something or other. So expectations from both sides have to be realistic and workable. But when you talk about issues, okay, accounts, but the audit plan is agreed in November. We have a December year end.
So your whole workflow flow is increased. By this date they will give, this date they will give, this date the auditors will give, this date the book. So it's not, I will give you the accounts today and you want the results tomorrow. It's not like that. So it's, I think what needs to be agreed or what needs to be think is what are workable expectations from both sides.
Wasim sir, would you like to add something on this?
I mean, just to answer your question, you sit on good audit committee, right?
सर में जो ऑडिट कमेटी की बात है ना
जी जी
एक दो बातें तो जो मुश्किल है एक तो ये है कि जी द ऑडिट कमेटी मीट्स जस्ट 2 hours बिफोर द बोर्ड मीटिंग ये एक तो बहुत बड़ा प्रॉब्लम है कि व्हाट विल द ऑडिट कमेटी गिव टू द बोर्ड कि भाई सिनॉप्सिस देगा जो भी देगा लेकिन नंबर यानी सिग्निफिकेंट बात तो बता देगा लेकिन बहुत सारी नंबर 2 इज जो आज जो डिस्कशन में नहीं आया वो है इंटरनल ऑडिट फंक्शन कि जो उसका ऑडिट कमेटी की वन ऑफ द रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी इज दैट इट शुड हैव एन इफेक्टिव इंटरनल ऑडिट यू सी इन प्लेस एंड ये जो इंटरनल ऑडिट फंक्शन है उसको यानी आई हैव बीन अ member of the board audit committee also, so I will try to explain on from that perspective. When we hold a board audit committee meeting, so the person responsible, if the if the internal auditor is an outsourced internal auditor, and he reports about production or about marketing, then that marketing person should be there at the audit committee meeting to explain to what the internal audit report has to say and what are his, you see. So this communication interaction, which he also pointed out, this communication is actually missing in most of the places.
Thank you.
Because so that has to be, I think this, we are talking about bridging the gap. So there are gaps that are to be bridged.
Okay, so we are running out of time. We'll take the final comment from Farooq sir.
Thank you. Okay, today we have the opportunity to hear from the regulators. आपने SCCP, AOB और State Bank सुना. आप सब लोग पूरी प्रोफेशनल लाइफ जो है वो ऑडिट में ही गुजारी है. आई थिंक चूँकि ये टॉपिक भी है और हमारा ऑब्जेक्टिव है कि एक अलाइनमेंट हो. सो anything that you want to directly, because AOB is probably online, SCCP is also hearing, State Bank is also here. So if there is any suggestion, observation, reservation, complaint, anything, I think on behalf of the profession, I think here is an opportunity to raise it.
So I think there's still an expectation gap between what the audit is supposed to do and what they want. I think there needs to be more round tables to explain what we're doing, what our position is, so that everybody has that clear expectation around it. A lot of times, one of my colleagues mentioned we get letters which are probably not that material to the financial statements, but I think a lot of time is spent on replying to those. And I think if they would have a much more interactive, if the regulators would have a much more interactive method, communication with us, which is have a meeting, or now Zoom, everything is available, which can just speed up the process. So that's what I think.
So Zulfikar, if you can just respond to the last question, please.
Thank you. I had a very quick question, and actually it's a suggestion because we're talking about gaps and expectations, and I'm just going to move off from external audit to internal audit here. And all of you are here, you all provide outsourced internal audit services to boards. My small recommendation is that, as audit committee members, we go through a lot of data. So in your internal audit report, and it can come really from the top, is like if my fire alarm is not working, can the report observation say, you have risk of fire? because your fire alarm is not working, or my CCTV is not working. It's like you have a risk of theft, or my weigh scale, right? Rather than going out and saying, look, 4 out of 5 cameras were looked at and 1 wasn't working. But I mean, if you put that risk level, that risk communication from top down, and we're talking about diversifying members of the audit committee, it would probably reach a more desirable conclusion. So that's just a simple suggestion.
I think that's a fair comment, because sometimes auditors get lost in the detail. If I can just also just respond to the question that was raised by Farooq, because I think don't get too many opportunities like this where we have the regulators present along with members of the audit committee as well. I think the entire culture for regulatory engagement with our profession requires a fundamental rethink. We heard this comment, I think Abdul Aleem Saab mentioned concept of collective regulatory approach. I think collective regulatory approach is probably the right way to go in terms of an ecosystem, but provided there's a proper mechanism and process for that, right? Our profession, as you know, we meet a lot, we meet frequently, we talk about our challenges. And let me tell you, young professionals are not wanting to come into this practice. There are significant psychological stress issues that are being expressed by younger professionals, and this is not what they signed up for, a lot of them are saying. And a lot of them are bowing out because, as Riaz Saab talked about, the fees have not kept up in this line of the profession as well. So the next generation coming in are not financially motivated in the way that perhaps earlier generations were in terms of their needs. And there's this whole discussion at the IFER, which is the international body as well, concept of providing the profession what is called psychological safety, right? We need to understand what we're at risk for. I'm in my mid-40s. I don't want my name showing up in the newspaper or in the television associated with some issue or some scandal where my role was perhaps misunderstood, right? So I think the regulators, the manner in which they engage with us in terms of enforcement, in perhaps sometimes immaterial areas or areas which are beyond the scope of our responsibility, that requires a fundamental clarity across all the regulators as well as law enforcement agencies. It's causing significant stress to our system. The other element is the penal provisions, right? It's internationally, if you look, there is a concept of penal provisions. We read about it every day. We see messages floating around X million dollars, etc., etc. I think it's fine to have penal provisions, and if you look at the penalties imposed, for example, by SECP in the past, they were quite nominal in general terms upon auditors as well. The auditor oversight body charge penalties slightly in the higher range, which raised some eyebrows, but I think, frankly speaking, those penalties probably are in the right range, provided the issue being discussed is relevant to, is relevant and therefore is not contestable. So I think, in summary, I think there is a fundamental rethink that is required, and I think we've made suggestions that a regulatory affairs committee should engage with the regulators to make sure that there's alignment between auditors and the regulators.
So with this, I would like to thank all of you, and I'm sure that this discussion will help us in bridging the gap between the auditors, the regulators, and the audit committees. Thank you very much.
I would request all the panelists and panel moderator to stay on stage, and would like to invite Mr. Farooq Rahman and Ms. Hina Osmani on stage to present souvenirs. What an insightful and stimulating conversation that was regarding composition of board with respect to diversity in age and gender, skill set with technology, adaptability with new risks, and creating awareness. First, we have Mr. Salman Hussain, who is a partner at A.F. Ferguson & Co. Can we have a round of applause, please? Mr. Omar Chuktai, partner at EY Ford Roads. Mr. Zulfikar Ali Kausar, partner at BDO Ibrahim & Co. and Mr. Waheem, partner at Rahman Sarfaraz Rahim Iqbal Rafiq. Wasim, sorry. And our panel moderator for the second session, Mr. Khurram Jamil, partner at Grant Thornton. Thank you, everyone. Ladies, okay, can we stay for a group photo, please? Thank you. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, as we approach the conclusion of this enriching morning, I now have the privilege of inviting Mr. Farooq Rahman again, Chairman of the Auditing Standards and Ethics Board, to the stage to share a few words and offer his valuable insights. Mr. Farooq is a council member of ICAP, Chairman ASEB, and past President of ICAP. He has played a pivotal role in various ICAP committees, including education, auditing standards, and anti-money laundering, among others. He is a member of IFAC's Professional Accountancy Organization, Development and Advisory Group, and SAFA's Accounting Standards Committee. He represents ICAP at the Belt and Road National Accounting Standards Cooperation Forum and is a regular speaker and contributor to professional publications.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum, everyone. What occasion today. We happen to have all the regulators, many listed companies, audit committee chairs and members, and of course, our very own audit partners. So a very warm welcome again from my side. SCCP को हमने जब ये request की कि they be part of it, we requested State Bank of Pakistan to be part of it. Audit Oversight Board, उनको आपने observe किया होगा कि generally बहुत ज़्यादा जो sessions वगैरह हैं उसमें involvement नहीं होती है, but now we are having discussion, dialogue with them. And you must have observed their more participation, and you will see much more interaction and engagement with the Audit Oversight Board as well. We also have made requests to Stock Exchange. Farooq Sabzari was supposed to be here. उन्होंने मुझे Friday को फ़ोन किया था और बताया कि because of ये एक budget का development है तो he was reserved for 2 days from 20 and 21st, and तो उनको शायद बजट के लिए जो है वो इस्लामाबाद इंगेजमेंट थी उनकी. जब उनसे मेरी बात हो रही थी तो he immediately, he was showing his interest in this dialogue and discussion, and he mentioned a couple of instances about where he was mentioning that he faced some challenges about the kind of reporting that is coming from the auditors. We at the Auditing Standards Board, Auditing and Ethics Standards Board, we have now a group of people who are not only, or this board is not only comprising of auditors, audit partners नहीं हैं उसमें, उसके अंदर जो है वो multi organizations जो हैं, multi stakeholders, they are represented. Stock Exchange से भी हैं लोग उसमें, SSCP से भी हैं उसमें, State Bank से भी हैं, Auditor General of Pakistan से भी representation है, industry भी उसके अंदर मौजूद है. So our focus और generally जो understand किया जाता है कि we focus on the statutory audited audited financial statements and reporting. But this aspect that Farooq Sabzwari mentioned to me, that there are many such reports and interactions that are happening with the stock exchange, and they are also a very important stakeholder. So our interaction, and of course it's not only the auditors, usme audit committees ka bahut interaction hai. So we need to also play a role and understand the various requirements and the reportings that are happening at the stock exchange level. So they are also a stakeholder, and they are part and parcel of all this engagement. और इंशाल्लाह आगे भी जब इसके sessions होंगे हमारे, तो उसमें भी we will have that engagement. I'll try and address all the stakeholders. मैं regulator context के अंदर भी बात करूँगा. I'll talk about the audit committee's role as well. जो audit partners भी क्योंकि मौजूद हैं, firms हैं, so I'll be touching upon them as well. बहुत सारी discussion जो है वो चूँकि हो गई हुई है, and my intent is not to go and repeat that. From the company's regulator standpoint, what we have been observing is that their expectation, and मैं अपना आपको कल का एक interaction बताऊँ. I was in day before yesterday, I was in Islamabad, और we were having a meeting on a subject, and Chairman FBR, he made some very strong comments about, Chairman FBR made very strong comments about the audited financial statements. That means that वो both has to जो financial statements हैं and then the audited उसके हवाले से. So there is a perception that rightly or wrongly where the regulators, they have the view कि financial statements की जो quality है वो उसमें improvement होनी है, और उसकी क्योंकि utility है, उसके users हैं various stakeholders. So उसके अंदर जो है जो perception side आप कहें, या there are probably actual instances as well where we have to have a response. So from this auditing standard board, we are trying to understand that, and we will be trying to address through these interactions as well as closed door interactions as well. One of the suggestion which is on table at the moment, जिस पे डिस्कस हो रहा है, जिस पे अंडरस्टैंडिंग डेवलप की जा रही है, और वो ये है कि जो रिपोर्टिंग है ऑडिटर की, वो फाइनेंशियल स्टेटमेंट्स के ऊपर तो एक ओवरऑल ओपिनियन आ रहा है, बट देर आर in the audit report you must have observed that there are two sections. There's a report on financial statements, and then there is a report on other legal and regulatory requirements. So one of the matter which is on table is being discussed, whether to increase the reporting responsibility in terms of the other legal and regulatory requirements. And what does that mean? That means कि कंपनीज का एक एग्जांपल अगर मैं बताऊं कि जी जो विथहोल्डिंग टैक्स है, क्या उसके ऊपर एक एडिशनल रिपोर्टिंग रिक्वायरमेंट हो? नाउ ऑन वन साइड देयर इज ऑडिटर हु हैज टू रिपोर्ट, बट ऑन द अदर साइड देयर इज एन ऑडिटी. कंपनी है और उसकी क्या स्पेसिफिक विथहोल्डिंग टैक्स के कॉन्टेक्स्ट में कोई बात होनी चाहिए? इट्स अ वेरी डेलिकेट टॉपिक, राइट? सो वी नीड टू अंडरस्टैंड एंड वी नीड टू रिस्पॉन्ड टू दैट. Another topic, अगर एक और एग्जांपल मैं बताऊं, there has been discussion about very specific reporting on related party transactions. Now, for related party transactions, उसका arm's length वगैरह वो corporate law में Companies Act में 208 के अंदर मौजूद है. So there is an aspect, किस एक्सटेंट तक रिपोर्ट हो सकता है, किस एक्सटेंट तक उसकी वेरीफाइबिलिटी है, किस एक्सटेंट तक उसकी ऑडिटर के अंदर फ्रेमवर्क्स अवेलेबल हैं. तो दैट्स अनदर टॉपिक. सो देयर कुड बी एक लॉन्ग लिस्ट हो सकती है. अगर आपने इस कॉन्सेप्ट को रेफ़र करना है तो इसमें इंडिया के अंदर जो करंट उनका रिपोर्टिंग स्ट्रक्चर है इन टर्म्स ऑफ द कंपनीज एज वेल एज द ऑडिटर्स, यानी कंपनीज अपने फाइनेंशियल स्टेटमेंट्स में अपार्ट फ्रॉम मीटिंग द रिक्वायरमेंट्स ऑफ द IFRS और जो भी अकाउंटिंग एंड रिपोर्टिंग फ्रेमवर्क है, they are also reporting or confirming in the financial statements that these additional matters they are saying. जैसे मैंने अभी बात की टैक्सेस के हवाले से, मैंने रिलेटेड पार्टी के हवाले से, रिटायरमेंट बेनिफिट्स के हवाले से. So there are more than 20 such additional reporting happening in their jurisdiction. And similarly, जब वो financial statements का part बन रही है, तो the auditors are also required to have a very specific additional legal and regulatory requirement. So this is one topic which is on table. We are all trying to understand कि ये किस extent तक जो है वो जाना चाहिए, जिसकी practicability है, क्योंकि from a company's standpoint, of course, at the end of the day, it will come to the audit committees. The audit committees उन financial statements के ऊपर उस पर बात कर रही होगी, and then the auditors उसके ऊपर report कर रहा होगा, और उसके हवाले से जो है वो there can be many issues. So this is one thing that I thought के आपको एक perspective from there बताऊँ. Another topic जो कि बहुत इस वक्त discussed है, वो है independence of auditor के context में, और इसमें views हैं. So from an audit committee standpoint, इसको देखना चाहिए कि जो listing regulations हैं, जो code of ethics का है, वहाँ जो permitted services हैं, उसके अंदर understanding जो है वो develop होनी है, both in terms of the audit committees as well as auditors, and of course the regulators. One of the possible solution that because क्योंकि अगर इसके अंदर थोड़ा भी कोई गैप हो तो वो क्या हो सकता है. So one of the option or suggestion that we are currently working on is to have a kind of a register of non-audit services by firms, and that is to be maintained within the firm. So अब इसके वो कौन बनाएगा, किसकी जिम्मेदारी होगी, किस तरीके से उसमें उसके कंटेंट होंगे. So this is again another topic जिसके ऊपर देखा जा रहा है. What we have seen is कि from a regulatory standpoint बहुत सारे accounting issues जो हैं even with respect to जब कोई नया standard adopt होता है उसके ऊपर भी जो है बहुत ज़्यादा queries या उसकी exemptions के हवाले से industry जो है या companies जो हैं वो approach करती हैं. और I happen to have time spent with the accounting standard board as well. तो वहाँ मैंने देखा है कि जी बहुत सारी requests जो हैं और questions जो हैं वो जाते हैं regulators के पास, and then regulators के through क्योंकि वो accounting के matters होते हैं, then those comes to the ICAP, और उसके बारे में भी एक general approach ही होती है कि जी exemption करें. For example आज काफ़ी discussion हुआ है ECL और ख़ास तौर पे जो energy sector या power sector के अंदर है, तो वहाँ अब इंस्टीट्यूट का या जो व्यू है वो ये रहा है कि जी exemptions जो हैं वो exemption regimes में हमें नहीं जाना चाहिए, यानी एक principle based stand हो कि we need to follow the requirements of the accounting framework, and exemption if is given in one किसी एक area के अंदर, then there will be many exemptions that will come. So बहुत एक concentrated effort जो है वो हुई है, further हो रही है कि exemption regime से आपने निकलना है. Currently I can safely say कि around 10 बड़ी exemptions जो हैं वो in play हैं. So उन exemptions से किस तरीके से निकलना है, चाहे वो एक broader for all type of companies के लिए है या किसी एक particular sector के लिए है, the overall approach has been that we need to come out of these exemption oriented mindset and we need to follow the frameworks as those frameworks are. From an auditing standpoint, एक matter अभी raise हुआ, I think Zulfikar Kausar mentioned, you mentioned about the fraud. और फिर मैं उससे पहले भी नोट कर रहा था कि जो SSCP से आसिफ इकबाल साहब ने present किया है, also one of his focus point was on the area of fraud. And this detection of fraud has become, कभी ये audit committees या companies के अंदर भी ये बात रहती है कि यार आपने क्यों नहीं देखा, आपकी जिम्मेदारी थी या नहीं थी. तो there is this gap as well. On this I would like to highlight कि इस वक्त जो auditing standard है जो इस particular subject को deal करता है, that is ISA 240. That ISA has now been revised. नया इसकी applicability में एक डेट है, but that standard has now, Zulfikar, has done away with this concept of inherent limitation. So जो detection of fraud के context के अंदर जो हमने all our life जो defend करते हैं, that is gone. So उसको उस standard को understand करना in the area of fraud, I think it's very important. Please do take full understanding of this new standard कि उसमें वो क्या change आया है जो कि going forward इस area के हवाले से. और यहाँ आपने देखा कि क्योंकि regulator ने भी इसको raise किया है, I think audited committees के context के अंदर भी ये बड़ा important हो जाता है कि सब post facto जो है इसके ऊपर कि जी मैंने नहीं, मेरी जिम्मेदारी नहीं थी. I think this is one area जिसके ऊपर बड़ी तेज़ी से जो है वो हमें अपनी अंडरस्टैंडिंग और इसमें रिस्पॉन्स लाना है, बिकॉज वी हैव इस पर थोड़ा हमारे पास टाइम है. नाउ इन टर्म्स ऑफ दो तीन बड़ी चीज़ें जो कि मैं आई ट्राई एंड ड्रॉ अटेंशन ऑफ ऑडिट कमिटीज़ के ये वो एरियाज़ हैं जो कि फ्यूचरिस्टिक हैं और इसके अंदर जो है वो ऑडिटर, रेगुलेटर और ऑडिट कमिटीज़ सब ने जो है वो मिलना है. And that is about the sustainability reporting. Now, on the sustainability reporting, a very interesting fact, I think most of you would not be aware of this fact, कि SSCP ने जो ये sustainability की reporting mandatory की है, and there are 3 phases to it. In the first phase, the reporting is going to happen for companies. We call it the very large companies. Very large listed companies, there is a specific criteria for that. From July 1, 2025, ये applicability start हो जाएगी. जो first such reporting है, क्योंकि उसका year end होगा 30th of June 2026, and 2026 की जो publication या जो reporting आनी है, वो first year के लिए that is available for 9 months. That means कि जो पहली reporting है for companies who are falling under the first phase will happen somewhere around March 31st, 2027. And the year next, there will be assurance. Now, the interesting fact that I wanted to highlight was that we are engaged with the International Sustainability Standards Board, जिसके standards हैं ये. एंड उस पर पाकिस्तान का जो प्रोफाइल है वो वहाँ लिस्ट होना है, आप लोग भी जाके देख सकते हैं, जिसमें पूरी इन्फॉर्मेशन है कि कैसे स्टैंडर्ड अडॉप्ट हुए हैं और किस फोरम ने किए हैं और उसमें एश्योरेंस कब होगी, ब्ला ब्ला ब्ला. सो एक क्वेश्चन अभी उसमें 3-4 रोज़ पहले उस प्रोफाइल को अपडेट करने के लिए पूछा गया. एंड देन मैं जब अपनी टीम से उसको कहा कि इसका बताएं, द क्वेश्चन वॉज कि ये जो 1 जुलाई से जो एप्लीकेबिलिटी है, फर्स्ट फेज़ की जो एप्लीकेबिलिटी है, इसके मार्केट कैपिटलाइजेशन यानी स्टॉक एक्सचेंज की कितना परसेंटेज ऑफ मार्केट कैपिटलाइजेशन ये फर्स्ट फेज़ में कवर हो रहा है. वेरी इंटरेस्टिंग क्वेश्चन. एंड व्हेन वी चेक्ड, सो वी हैव अबाउट जो एक्टिव लिस्टेड कंपनीज़ का जो डेटा मेरे पास आता है वो अबाउट 500 लिस्टेड कंपनीज़ हैं. उसमें जो फर्स्ट फेज़ है दैट विल फॉर 130 कंपनीज, 130 कंपनीज हैं तकरीबन जो फर्स्ट फेज़ में आएंगी. एंड what is their market capitalization? 85%. 85%. So that's the data that I got, and I was, wow. So जो first year में immediate implementation इसकी होने जा रही है, वो market capitalization का 85% है, though there are only 130 around companies. So that is the impact that will be created. So for companies and of course for the auditors, क्योंकि इसकी reporting subsequently आनी है, I think it is high time that audit committees should take note of it, start assembling their resources and how we are going to make this reporting happen in the time period that I've highlighted. And also क्योंकि इसका subsequent assurance होनी है, तो assurance के लिए जो है SCCP ने जो mandate किया है, जो कंपनी का ऑडिटर है, जो स्टैच्यूटरी ऑडिटर है, वही उसके ऊपर assurance देगा, यानी statutory report के ऊपर. So that's the time frame, that's where we are, and the impact that I've highlighted कि वो कितना है. So with that, I think I would like to draw attention of all the stakeholders. ICAP and ICAP ने क्योंकि ये Auditing and Ethics Standards Board बनाया है, इसके अंदर जो है वो किसी भी किस्म की कोई query है, the way we are working is that we have established 5 working groups, and in those working groups we are addressing the matter of audit quality. One of the first issues that has come on the table of the auditing board has been that there is more work to be done. ये audit firms please सुन लें कि ISQM 1 के ऊपर बहुत significant challenge has been reported to me. So that is the first area, यानी जो firms का system of quality management है, वो क्योंकि standard adopt हो चुका हुआ है, उसकी applicability हो चुकी हुई है, public interest companies के लिए उसकी बहुत ज़्यादा importance है. So that is a challenge. So आपने देखा होगा कि हमने immediately उसके ऊपर circular वगैरह भी issue किया है, और there will be more focused publications and चीज़ें जो हैं वो भी आनी शुरू होंगी. So from a firm standpoint, वो है, please write to the auditing board if there are some clarifications or some understanding gaps. We'll be happy to respond, because we have made a very specific technical working group who is going to respond to all the queries. Audit quality को भी हम देख रहे हैं. Similarly जो है वो we are trying to establish a database जिसके अंदर हमारे पास जो information है, the landscape of audit market in Pakistan वो पता चले. Audit committees के साथ linkage हमने बनाना शुरू किया है. हमारे पास data उस तरीके से नहीं था. Now that data is now being assembled, and मेरी ख्वाहिश ये होगी कि उसमें more interaction हो. Please be forthcoming. कोई सवाल है, कोई भी चीज़ है, do write to that forum. So audit committees के साथ भी ये interaction होगा. Audit जो firms हैं उनके लिए कुछ modern concepts हैं. Stay tuned for that, क्योंकि हम audit quality indicators के ऊपर चीज़ें लाएंगे. हम जो हैं वो root cause analysis के framework के ऊपर, क्योंकि if something happens तो उसको कैसे देखना है, और concept of जो transparency report है, these are the modern concepts जो कि internationally हो रही हैं. So इसके ऊपर आप नज़र रखिएगा, और जब ये चीज़ें आएँ तो please do engage with the institute, because these are going to very significantly impact how the operations of the firm with respect to, particularly with respect to the public interest companies जो हैं वो होगा. So with that, I'm sure आप लोगों ने आज discussion को enjoy भी किया होगा. There must be some takeaways. There are many takeaways for myself, for my जो हमारा पूरा board है, सारे board members. हिना, thank you very much. हिना, आप यहाँ आए हमारे नदीम भी आए हैं, बाकी लोग जो हमारे बोर्ड मेंबर्स हैं, आसिफ कुरैशी आपका बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया. आई थिंक यू कंडक्टेड एन एक्सेलेंट सेशन माशाल्लाह. सो खुरम जमील आपने भी ज़बरदस्त सेशन किया. So we have the whole, most of the boards who are based in Karachi will be going to Lahore and Islamabad to have a similar such session and to engage and learn from each other. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, now I would like to invite Ms. Alvina Mustafa on stage and would request Mr. Farooq Rahman to present a token of appreciation to her for serving as the master of ceremony for this event.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm sure you all must be feeling a bit hungry by now. We've arranged a delicious lunch for you on the second floor.